In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening. The Watergate Committee went back to work today after a long Memorial Day layoff and after rejecting numerous attempts to stop or alter the hearings. Before taking their places before the television cameras this morning, the 7 senators met in secret session and voted unanimously to continue the public hearings in their own time and in their own way. That was a blunt rebuff to Special Watergate Prosecutor Archibald Cox, who asked Senator Ervin to postpone the public hearings for 3 months because he feared they would jeopardize later prosecutions. But the committee did agree today not to force G. Gordon Liddy, the convicted Watergate conspirator, to testify. Liddy had said he would take the Fifth Amendment, and he refused. The 2 witnesses today were Sally Harmony, former secretary to Liddy, and Robert Reisner, chief assistant to Jeb Stuart Magruder, the deputy Nixon campaign director. Their testimony threw a lot more light on the mystery of gemstone, the code word for political intelligence gathered by clandestine or illegal means. Today, the nation got its first look at the so-called gemstone paper and file folders. They were introduced into the record by Staff Counsel Terry Lenzer.
For the record, this envelope is Exhibit 18 for identification. In capital letters are indicated sensitive material. In smaller letters, handle as code word material. And in the lower left-hand corner, the words ex-dis, and under that, no dissem, D-I-S-E-M. And Exhibit 16 for identification has a blue border around it. In capital letters, gemstone, date, and source. Exhibit 2 of 16 has the same printing, except in the lower left-hand corner it says ex-dis no dissem, and in the bottom it says, warning, this information is for intelligence purposes only. Exploitation may compromise source and terminate flow of information.
I don't know how the rest of you will feel about it later, but my personal disappointment, my major personal disappointment of today was G. Gordon Liddy's decision not to testify. And it doesn't have anything at all to do with any startling revelations he may or may not have dropped on us. I would have just liked to have seen this man, the super sleuth, and hear him talk and watch him in action, because obviously he's a man who lived his spy and intrigue fantasies in real life and lived them and played them to the hilt. As you will see, today's testimony of his secretary, Sally Harmony, and his former associate, Robert Reisner, only add to the fascinating mystery surrounding this man. He's obviously the guy who came up with this code name Gemstone, with the confidential agents or informants with names like Ruby 1, Ruby 2, and Crystal. There were also those specially printed envelopes with all kinds of James Bond warnings on the outside. And Reisner tells us about Liddy's giving a secretary a huge poster picture of himself and rushing into an office suggesting that the Nixon people hire a woman to pose as a McGovern supporter and then disrobe at the Democratic National Convention in Miami Beach. And there are many other stories about this man, G. Gordon Liddy, and his name has probably come up more than anybody else's thus far in the hearings. And his flat, apparent, adamant refusal to tell anyone anything just sweetens the mystery.
So Liddy is, for the moment, out, and the next witness tomorrow will be Hugh Sloan, Jr., the former campaign treasurer, who quit his job early in the days of the Watergate cover-up. In hearing Sloan now, the committee will skip over E. Howard Hunt, who had been slated to testify first. NPAC correspondent Peter Kay this afternoon talked with committee counsel Sam Dash on why the panel was deviating from the original schedule and whether Hunt would be seen later.
Mr. Hunt will be coming on a little later to testify what happened after June 17, and I think he has some direct testimony on that. It is true that we are not calling Gordon Liddy, and I think the chairman made that very clear as to why. It is our purpose not to put on a show or to exhibit an individual if he's not to give testimony which fulfills our legislative purpose. And Mr. Liddy, through his counsel and himself, made it very clear in executive session yesterday, even when he was being shown the order of Judge Rickett, ordering him to testify under a grant of immunity, he still refused to answer any questions under the Fifth and Sixth Amendments of the Constitution. Therefore, it's the committee's position that there's no legislative purpose to bring Mr. Liddy before television cameras and the public merely to have him plead the Fifth Amendment. It's our purpose to produce substantive evidence and not just exhibit an individual.
We'll hear more of that interesting Peter Kay interview with Chief Counsel Sam Dash at the end of our coverage this evening. The closest the committee will get to Liddy in this round will be the people who worked for him, and they presented more circumstantial evidence today.
Alan Barth, a longtime observer of congressional investigations here in Washington, watched today's session. Alan, what guidance would you offer as to what to look for during tonight's viewing?
I believe that the people who look at these hearings tonight won't get any very great sensations out of the day's testimony, but they'll find a great deal that's immensely interesting to them. The hearings today were characterized, I think, by methodical development of evidence necessary to the development of this inquiry. There was no grandstanding by committee members, no breakdown of the bipartisan attitude which they took, but there was by counsel and by the committee members themselves a steady, careful preparation for future testimony from more conspicuous and famous members of the administration.
All right, thank you, Alan. Alan Barth will be back at the close of tonight's replay. He will be joined by Dean Adrian Fisher of the Georgetown University Law School here in Washington.
Now we'd like to give you an hourly breakdown of today's testimony so that you can plan your viewing this evening. In the first hour, the lead-off witness, Mrs. Sally Harmony, admits that she typed up telephone conversations on special gemstone stationery. She says the conversations were often dictated by her boss, Gordon Liddy. On his orders, she says she shredded her shorthand notebooks after his arrest. In the second hour, Mrs. Harmony says she took some of Liddy's personal materials home with her the day he left the committee to re-elect the president. Under questioning, she testifies that she was not aware that gemstone logs came from bugged telephones. In hour number 3, Robert Reisner tells the committee he removed files from Jeb Magruder's office that were marked sensitive. Some contained information on Democratic presidential contenders. Reisner adds another mystery figure to the cast of characters. He says he was aware of cash payments going to an agent inside Hubert Humphrey's camp. His code name was Sedan Chair 2. In the fourth hour, Reisner testifies that he had several conversations with his boss, Jeb Magruder, on the day of his first grand jury appearance. He said Magruder warned him that people's lives were at stake in the investigation. Reisner is questioned about whether he thought these conversations were aimed at keeping him silent. And now to the hearings, which today followed a lengthy executive session that Chairman Sam Ervin reported on at the opening of the session this morning.
Committee will come to order. I wish to make the following statement on behalf of the committee. The committee has carefully considered the request of the special prosecutor of the so-called Watergate case and has unanimously determined that its duty requires it to decline to grant such request for these reasons. First, the committee has been authorized and directed by a resolution unanimously adopted by the Senate to investigate the so-called Watergate affair and its ramifications, and to recommend to the Congress adoption of any legislation it deems necessary and appropriate as a result of its findings, and for this reason has no authority to postpone or terminate these activities under the Senate resolution. Second, the committee is unwilling to share the fears of the special prosecutor that the courts will permit guilty parties to go unwhipped of justice simply because the Senate committee exercises the constitutional rights and obligations of the Senate to inform the Congress and the American people of the truth in respect to the Watergate affair. Third, the committee believes that there is more likelihood that any other persons who may be indicted will be able to obtain a fair trial in an atmosphere of judicial calm after rather than before the committee completes its task.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bacon.
Mr. Chairman, I thoroughly concur with your statement. As you pointed out, it was adopted unanimously by the committee. I might only add, if I may, that while the jurisdictional responsibility of the committee is to hear evidence and to make a report and recommendations to the Congress on legislation, I believe that a further responsibility inherent in the system of legislative hearings is the responsibility to do the public's business in public view.
Any other member of the committee have any statement to make in this connection? If not, then council will call the next witness.
Will Mrs. Sally Harmony please take the witness chair?
Ms. Harmon, you stand up.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence which you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on presidential campaign activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mrs. Harmony, for the record, please state your full name and address.
Yes, my name is Sally, middle initial J, Harmony. I live at 4515 Willard Avenue in Chevy Chase, Maryland.
You are accompanied by counsel at
Yes.
this proceeding. Would counsel please identify himself for the record?
My name is Thomas D. Quinn, Jr., attorney here in Washington, D.C.
Mrs. Harmony, tell the committee where you were employed around the period of March of 1972.
Yes, I was employed at the committee to re-elect the president. My employer was G. Gordon Liddy.
And where was that located?
1701 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Could you tell the committee where you were actually physically located in the offices of the committee to re-elect the president?
Yes, when I first went to work for the committee, our offices were located on the 8th floor. Approximately 2 weeks after that, we moved to the 2nd floor to the Finance Committee.
Now, over what period of time did you work with Mr. Liddy as his secretary?
From March 13th in 72 until June 28th, I think the date was.
And you were his secretary on the day of June 17, 1972?
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were working with Mr. Liddy, would you tell the committee what his duties were and something about his work hours?
Mr. Liddy, at first, when he first began, was the counsel for the committee for the re-election. Like I say, in about 2 weeks, he changed his counsel to the committee, or to the Finance Committee.
And did he have any other assignment or responsibility to your knowledge?
When I was employed by Mr. Liddy, I think this is probably what you were referring to, he mentioned the fact that he might be involved in clandestine activities.
What kind of hours did Mr. Liddy have? Working day or night?
Well, actually, my recollection would be he would come in around 8:45. He would leave 7:30 or 8 at night, sometimes 7.
Now, during this period of time, did you ever meet Howard Hunt?
I had occasion to meet Mr. Hunt, yes.
Could you tell the committee what that occasion was, or what was the circumstances?
Yes, I think, Mr. Dash, it was the week of April. The week of April was 7th, around the 5th of April. Mr. Hunt had made a couple of phone calls to the office. Mr. Liddy was going out of town. I took an envelope to him, a regular 8x10 brown envelope with no markings on it, to Mr. Liddy. He asked me to give it to Mr. Sloan the following morning. And after Mr. Sloan had returned it to me, I would call Mr. Hunt and he would come and pick it up.
Now, did you ever in March of '72, while you were still on the 8th floor, type a tape furnished to you by Mr. Liddy?
I did.
Could you describe that particular circumstance?
Yes, I was working at my desk on one particular day. Mr. Liddy went into another office, closed the door. Then when he came back out, he took a telephone call. He asked me to come into the office and transcribe a tape.
What was the nature of that tape?
This I'm really not definite on. The only words I can remember from it are Joe's Stone Crafts. It was about a 3-line memo with a list of maybe 5 or 6 names. I recollect none of the names at all, or what it might have been.
Was Mr. Liddy in the practice of giving you tapes to transcribe?
That was the first time I had one.
Now, did you ever type any general intelligence memos for Mr. Liddy?
Yes, sir, on a couple of occasions, yes, I did.
Could you now describe what those memos were, the format of the memos?
I typed 2 that I can recall the content of that had come from Senator McGovern's office, headquarters.
Ms. Harmony, don't give us the actual content of the memo, but could you describe or characterize what the memo referred to? Was it a telephone conversation, or was it what was the form of the memo?
All right. This was a question and answer. It was 2 people discussing something, and it was put down. When I typed it in a question and answer form. It dealt with goods and services for the Democratic National Convention. And that's about all it amounted to.
Well, have you ever typed any telephone logs? You know what a telephone log is?
Yes, telephone conversations?
Yes.
Yes.
And is this what you are referring to now?
No, this is not.
And this was just a Q&A type of a memo?
Yes.
Now, did you type it on any particular stationery?
No.
No. Did Mr. Liddy dictate these to you? Or were they...
These were tapes that I took off.
And now, who gave them to you?
Mr. Liddy called me into his office and asked me to do them there.
Were there any general intelligence memos that Mr. Liddy gave you?
Yes. Ones that he dictated. I mentioned that there were 2 that I recognized that had come from Senator McGovern headquarters.
How would they be characterized in terms? How would they begin such a memo? What would be the manner of beginning? Do you know?
No, sir. I don't recall.
Do you recall such terms as reliable source or?
Yes.
Now, you did refer to the fact that you did type telephone logs, telephone conversations.
Yes, sir.
How often did that occur?
I think I may have done 8 of them.
And you did recognize them as a record of telephone conversations?
They were telephone conversations, yes, sir.
In what form did you get them in the first place?
Mr. Liddy dictated them to me.
And did you recognize any names, without giving us any content of those logs, did you recognize any names that appeared in those telephone conversations?
Yes, there were 2 names. Yes, I did recognize names.
Yes. Could you just give the names to the committee that you did recognize?
Mr. Dash, I wonder if we're not getting rather dangerously close to a violation of 18 U.S. Code 2515, where it would be a violation for a witness to disclose any of the content of overheard or wiretap conversations.
I'm specifically addressing my question not to content, but to identifying any names at all, not content of the conversation itself, and restrict the question to that.
The name is Spencer Oliver, and another name given as Maxey.
Now, did you ever receive any telephone logs from Mr. McCord? Do you know Mr. McCord?
Yes, I had met
James
Mr. McCord.
How did you know Mr. McCord?
He was a security officer for the committee.
And did he ever come to you with any memos or telephone logs for you to type?
On one occasion, he asked me, stopped at my desk, Mr. Liddy wasn't in, and asked me for an envelope, put a piece of paper in it, and put it on Mr. Liddy's desk. On another occasion, he did give those, a folded paper to me, which I looked at and recognized as being the telephone conversations that I had done before, that Mr. Liddy had dictated.
Now, did you type these telephone logs on a particular stationery?
Yes, we had, Mr. Liddy had printed a stationery with the name Gemstone across the top of it. I don't recall, sir, that all of these logs were typed on that particular stationery. I think probably...
Well, did you have any directions as to how you were to use this stationery? When were you to use the so-called Gemstone stationery?
I used it for the telephone conversations.
For the
that
telephone
I typed,
conversations?
Yes.
I'd like to show you two pieces of stationery. And first, will you take them to the reporter and have them marked for identification? And then will you take them to Mrs. Harmony to look at? Mrs. Harmony, do you recognize the stationery that has been delivered to you?
I recognize the way it's set up, yes, sir.
And is that the stationery you used?
Mr. Dash, I didn't think the stationery was white. It might have been.
Yes. Did you receive the delivery of Gemstone stationery?
Yes, I did.
Right. And how long, when was that?
I cannot recall it specifically when it was delivered.
Now, did the stationery have the kind of printing on it that stationery has?
Yes, sir, I think it did, although this at the bottom I don't remember the warning. It may have been there and it may not have.
Who was the printer who printed the Gemstone stationery?
Mr. Post.
And do you know whose direction that Mr. Post printed?
I do not know.
And Mr. Post has submitted on the subpoena these as copies of stationery printed under Mr. Liddy's orders and delivered to you. And
yes.
On that, would you recognize that stationery as the stationery that Mr. Post printed?
Like I said, this is the setup of it. I thought it was colored stationery. I probably am wrong.
What was this, where it says sources? What was typed in at the stationery where it says source?
Where it says source, there were 3 source names that I recall: Ruby 1, Ruby 2, and Crystal.
Did you know what they referred to?
No, sir, I did not.
Was there any particular source used more frequently than another?
Ruby 1 and Ruby 2,
More so.
But yes, I don't put any rhyme or reason as to when one was used.
Now, after you typed either the telephone logs on such stationery or any of the intelligence memoranda you have testified to whom did you give these memoranda or telephone logs?
I returned them to Mr. Liddy.
Did you ever type any memoranda for either Mr. Magruder or Mr. Mitchell?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever deliver any of this for
No,
Mr.
sir.
Magruder or Mr. Mitchell? Now, did you ever see any photographs in Mr. Liddy's office of documents from the Democratic National Committee?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you just characterize very briefly what those documents were without what they looked like?
Yes, they were 8 by 10 glossies.
And did they have a letterhead on them in any way?
There was a stack of photographs. I've mentioned the number 20 or 25. I can't be definite on how many were there. The only one that I recognize that I can put anything with is one was a signature signed by Larry O'Brien. It was a typed letter.
Was there anything unusual about the photograph that you can remember?
Yes, sir. They were being held by fingers.
Fingers?
Yes. And I guess at this point they would have been fingers and rubber gloves.
Did you ever type a budget for Mr. Liddy?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was the nature of the budget?
I can't remember any given item on that. I think now it was electronic equipment, but I cannot give you any specific item.
Do you recall about what time during your employment with Mr. Liddy that occurred?
I'd say sometime around the middle of May, but I couldn't be definite.
Did you ever prepare a pass for McGovern headquarters for Mr. Liddy?
Yes, sir.
Now, how did that come about? How did you do it?
The day of June 16th, late in the afternoon, Mr. Liddy was looking for some stationery, which he couldn't find. We Xeroxed and made a sample of McGovern letterhead, which he dictated in a memo to be typed on it.
Well, did you have a copy of McGovern's stationery?
No, I did not have one, and he did not have one. This is the reason a facsimile was made.
There was a simile or assimilated McGovern stationery.
Yes.
And what was the nature of the message on that?
The nature of the message was it was to whom it may concern, and this will authorize the bearer to enter premises for some such reason.
And did it have a signature attached to it?
I was asked to put the initials GH/ with lowercase jp as the secretary would type something.
And what about the signature to the pass or the letter?
The signature was signed Gary Hart with the initials like the secretary had signed.
And who signed that name?
I did.
Now, what happened to that pass? Do you know?
Yes, I was informed the following week that Mr. Hunt had it in his possession.
Did Mr. Liddy ever hear from a Mr. Bernard Barker, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Could you state the circumstances of that?
Mr. Liddy, actually, I will clarify something. Mr. Liddy worked in his office most of the time with the door closed, frequently took his own phone calls, practically all of the time. I have had occasion to answer the phone when Mr. Barker has been calling.
Now, did Mr. Liddy, to your knowledge, ever see Mr. Mitchell?
He has, on occasion, told me he was going to Mr. Mitchell's office. I'm not aware that Mr. Mitchell ever visited Mr. Liddy in our office, no.
After the so-called break-in in the Watergate on June 17th, what, if anything, happened to any of your records or notepads that you kept for Mr. Liddy?
The only thing that my shorthand notebooks, the day that Mr. Liddy was interviewed by the FBI and left the committee, I shredded my shorthand notebooks.
Wait, at whose instructions?
At Mr. Liddy's instructions.
Did you receive any other instructions from Mr. Liddy concerning records or documents?
No, on the day he left the committee, I did help him get his things together when he was leaving and check through the files. He did ask me to check through the files, and if I found anything with his handwriting on it, would I please destroy that.
Now, did you ever talk with Mr. Jeb Magruder in March of 1973?
In March of 73?
Yes. 1973.
Well, I'm sure I have. I worked with Mr. Magruder when I was Mr. Marriott's secretary at the inaugural committee.
During any conversation which you had with Mr. Magruder in March about 1973, did he ever talk to you about any conversation he had with Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, I think it was probably later than March. It was after Mr. Magruder went to Commerce Department to work. I was called by Mr. Magruder, or he had talked to his secretary, who was still there, and transferred the call. Mr. Magruder indicated to me that he had talked with Mr. Mitchell and assured Mr. Mitchell that this was after he knew I was going to talk with the Hill people.
I didn't.
Investigators.
Could you repeat that, please? I didn't hear that.
This was after Mr. Magruder and I had learned that I was going to talk with the Hill investigators. He said, I have indicated to Mr. Mitchell that he has no reason to be concerned about any of your testimony.
Did Mr. Magruder indicate that Mr. Mitchell was concerned about what your testimony might be?
I don't know.
Now, did you receive a bill for the gemstone stationery that was ordered and delivered to the office?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you do with that bill or bills?
That memorandum or that invoice came after Mr. Liddy had left the committee. I took it to Mr. Magruder's office. I asked Mr. Magruder if he would authorize payment for it. He had a small piece of paper, and he, in his own handwriting, was authorizing payment to H.A. Post Associates for a certain amount of money. Signed it, Jeb S. Magruder.
And then what happened to that bill?
The bill, I shredded it.
You shredded the bill?
I shredded it.
Now, Mr. Odell, I think, has testified that the administrator and ordinarily authorizes the payment of bills. Why did you take it to Mr. Magruder instead of Mr. Odell?
Because it referred to the gemstone bill, and I thought Mr. Magruder would be more aware of it than Mr. Odell.
Now, I have no further questions of this witness, Mr. Chairman, but would the stationery, the gemstone stationery, now be entered in evidence for this committee's record?
Yep. It's been marked. It's been marked for identification, and will now be marked as appropriately numbered as an exhibit and received as such.
The gemstone stationery, the blank gemstone stationery identified by the witness, will now be marked properly numbered as exhibits and received as such.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to ask you some questions, maybe place the ground for the questions on those that we're making. A little bit more detail about the different categories of intelligence material that you type.
Yes, sir.
As I understand it, you type first of all tapes.
Yes.
Secondly, you type some general intelligence information. And thirdly, you type some information which evidently came from the illegal bugging of telephones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did type telephone.
Let me go over this briefly and lead you a little bit. You have consented to be interviewed 3 times before the staff of this committee, and if I'm incorrect in anything I say, you correct me. As I understand it, going back to the first category, in the tapes that you typed, these were tapes of telephone conversations which evidently were consented to. The individuals involved knew that they were being taped. Is that correct?
Mr. Thompson, on the second one that I mentioned, I don't know whether the individual would know he was being taped or not.
Were there 2 different tapes?
Yes.
Were these tapes that you physically had in your possession and you listened to the tapes and typed from the tapes?
That's right.
Were these tapes given to you by Mr. Liddy?
Yes.
All right, and you mentioned one tape, and you remembered that, I believe, while you were still on the 8th floor, you remember the words Joe's Stone Crowd,
That's right.
Something like that. Do you know whether or not that perhaps might be a restaurant of some type?
Now I'm aware that it is.
Where is this restaurant located?
It's in Miami.
In Miami?
Yes, sir.
All right. What about the second tape that you typed from? What do you remember about that? How did it begin, for example?
It began with the words of, "Good morning, how are you today, Howard?"
Good morning, how are you today, Howard?
Yes.
Was it a question and answer type
Yes, it was.
situation? All right. Do you have any idea where the individual talking to Howard, whoever Howard was at that time?
The impression that I got from typing it, after I typed it, was that it was a conversation in Miami or in Florida.
All right. Was there some mention of Mr. O'Brien?
There was.
That they'd seen him down there, something like that?
Yes, and I think that's where I got my impression.
Are these the two tapes that you're talking about, and it's from what you can tell, they're conversations wherein one of the individuals in the conversation was located in Miami? That was your impression?
Yes, sir.
All right, moving to the second category now, the general intelligence information. I believe you typed, 10 to 15 memoranda of this type. Is that correct?
Mr. Thompson, I don't know.
Would that be in the...
The content of 3, I can remember. I'm sure there were more than that, but I would not guess.
All right. Do you remember the time span that this covers, that these general intelligence information memoranda cover? When did you do your first one?
Well,
when did you do your last?
Actually, I would categorize the first memo as a general intelligence memo. So I would say from when I was on the 8th floor and began my work with Mr. Liddy.
All right.
You
started to work March 13, I believe,
yes.
72. And you worked there until July of 1972. Is that correct?
Yes, I worked for the Finance Committee.
All right. This second category I'm referring to, do you remember whether or not there were any indications, notations on the paper that you used, or whether or not you typed Ruby 1, Ruby 2, Crystal, those words?
Yes, I did.
All right. Do you know what those words had reference to, or who they had reference to?
I did not know who they had reference
All right.
to.
But your understanding that these were not derived from wiretaps or bugging of the telephone, this consisted of information from certain individuals?
Yes.
All right. And these were dictated to you by Mr. Liddy?
That's right, sir.
All right. And the third category, I believe you say you remember perhaps typing 8 memoranda of what you consider to be telephone bugs.
Telephone conversations, yes.
The results of telephone taps or bugs. Now, were these all dictated to you by Mr. Liddy also?
All but the last 2 were dictated to me.
The last 2. Were those the 2 that Mr. McCord gave you directly?
Yes, sir.
All right. How did he present them to you, if you recall?
Mr. McCord, the first one he gave to me, put in an envelope and put on Mr. Liddy's desk. I was not aware of what was in it. The second one, he didn't ask me for an envelope. He just handed me the folded sheet of paper.
And the first one, when did you become aware of what was in it?
When Mr. Liddy gave it back to me and asked me to type it.
And you recognize the envelope as the one Mr. McCord had?
No, that's not true. That I can't make as a factual statement. It was out of the envelope, but I just assumed it was what Mr. McCord had given him.
Assumed it was the same material?
Since he had given me one after that.
All right. And you believe there was 8 of these memoranda somewhere in that vicinity? All right. Now, when did you use the gemstone stationery, the printed gemstone stationery? How many times did you use that?
Perhaps 2 or 3, Mr. Thompson. I can't be definite on it.
All right. And the printed gemstone stationery was used only on the illegal or the telephone bug results.
Yes, as I recall.
All right, going back again to this second category, the general intelligence information type, for a while there, did you, I believe, was you use plain bond paper to type those memoranda?
Yes.
Did you, for a time there, type the word gemstone across the top of it? And then you had Ruby 1, Ruby 2 references and so forth. All right. As far as the printed is concerned, that was only used for the telephone bug material. All right, let me ask you just another question or two, Mrs. Harmony. Now, you said Mr. Magruder contacted you. Mr. Dass asked you in March of 73. Actually, it was after your first interview with committee staff, was it not? He contacted you on one occasion after.
Mr. Thompson, as I recall, it probably was after I first talked to 2 of the people.
Now, that was on March 31st, 1973. Right. Did you discuss with Mr. Magruder the fact that you had talked to the committee staff?
I don't know whether I discussed it with him or not. He was aware that I did talk to you.
Do you remember how the subject of Mr. Mitchell was first broached?
No, sir. I don't know how it was first broached.
Have you had Had you had any previous conversations with Mr. Magruder from June 17 of 72 or, say, July of 72 when you left the committee up until this particular time?
Yes, I had talked with Mr. Magruder previous to that.
What did you talk about?
Well, at one time I was out of a job, so I was sent to Mr. Magruder to find another job with the committee.
Did you talk about the Watergate affair during this period of time with him?
With Mr. Magruder?
Yes.
Yes. When it was discussed very.
Did you discuss with him whether or not certain other individuals were possibly involved there at the committee to re-elect?
No, sir.
You didn't discuss
No.
those? Was Mr. Mitchell's name first mentioned in this conversation that you just had reference to after March 31st?
As near as I can recall, yes.
Did you recall that he said that he told Mr. Mitchell that he would not have anything to worry about from your testimony or something to that effect?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how Mr. Magruder knew that Mr. Mitchell would not have anything to worry about from your testimony if you had not discussed it with him?
He had no, other than the fact that I did know absolutely nothing to implicate Mr. Mitchell.
But you had not told Mr. Magruder that you knew nothing, had you?
I said, well, you can assure Mr. Mitchell that there's no way that I'm aware that I can implicate him in any way.
But previous to that, he had told you that he had told Mr. Mitchell that he had nothing.
Yes,
Mitchell had nothing to
that's
worry
right.
about. But you had not previously told Mr. Magruder that Mr. Mitchell, in fact, did
No.
not have anything to worry about.
No.
This was just a guess on his part, then, as far as you know.
Yes.
I believe that's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I will waive transfer to Senator Nawi Swallow.
Oh, thank you very much.
Negotiation with him. Nobody objects.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Harmony,
Yes, sir.
were you aware that you were typing or recording information which were obtained illegally?
No, sir. They were telephone conversations to me.
And
I did not know the source of them at all.
you weren't aware that these were conversations resulting from bugs?
No, sir, I did not.
When did you first learn that these were bugged information?
And I read the newspaper on June the 18th.
Now, you have told this committee about some of the contents of the memos and tapes, one about goods and services involved in the Miami Democratic Convention, another a letter signed by Larry O'Brien. Did you find any information relating to any activity to endanger the President of the United States or to endanger the United States government itself?
Senator, not that I can recall at all.
Did you recall any information in there that related to conspiracy with foreign governments?
Not that I recall, Mr. Senator.
In other words, in your mind, none of the information related to national security?
No, sir. As nearly as I can recall, it would not have.
It was all political?
As I recall it, it probably was, yes.
I would like to give you an opportunity, Mrs. Harmony, to respond to certain statements that have been made against you. This, according to an article which appeared in one of our papers, it says here that Mrs. Evelyn Hyde said that Liddy's secretary, Sally Harmony, had implied that as a, quote, reward, end quote, for her testimony, she was given a trip to Florida prior to the Republican National Convention in Miami. In one of the depositions, Arden Chambers, who is still the secretary of the Finance Committee to re-elect the president, testified that Mrs. Harmony said at a party in Mrs. Hyde's home last July 16, something to the effect, quote, for Gordon, I perjured myself, end quote. Would you like to comment, ma'am?
While witnesses conferring, we have identified for the record a specific
This is an article by John Hannaran, appeared in the Washington Post, entitled Perjury Laid to Witness on Watergate. I'm sorry I don't have the date here, sir. Appeared Saturday, June the 2nd.
Senator, in response to the one statement that was attributed to Ms. Chambers,
Yes.
I think at that time I had not appeared before the grand jury. I have not read her deposition. I've only glanced at the newspaper article. I can't think that I would use the word perjure at all.
Did you say
and I feel that I did not make the statement.
You didn't say something to the effect, for Gordon, I lied, or something like that?
I don't believe I had been to the grand jury, no.
The article goes further to state, Mrs. Hyde said, Mrs. Harmony also said in regard to the trip, quote, I need it. They owe it to me, end quote. Mrs. Hyde said Mrs. Harmony did not know who they were, and we didn't ask her. She said Mrs. Harmony did not, to my knowledge, have any job assignment for the committee at the convention.
Senator, I can preface this by saying at the time I had taken another position working for the Lawyers for the Re-election, a voter block. I took that on a 2-week trial basis, thinking that this was not the work I would like to do. At the time, I was asked to go to Florida to the convention. It was on short notice. I was not particularly happy with my job and felt I was not probably doing a terribly good job for Mr. Polaro. I was in and out of the office quite a lot at that time. So I was a logical one to go ahead of the others. Mr. LaRue asked me to go down and do some work on the domestic counsel staff prior to the convention.
So you were in Miami on some party work?
Yes, sir.
It was not a reward for your testimony?
No, sir. And I've never felt anyone owed me anything.
You've testified that you've had no contact with Mr. Mitchell. Is that correct?
No, sir, I have had no contact with Mr. Mitchell.
In your discussions with Mr. Liddy, did you discuss the Attorney General?
No, sir, I don't recall any discussions that he would have had with me concerning the Attorney General, no.
Can you identify Ruby 1 and Ruby 2?
As individuals, no. I would have no idea who they were.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holland. I think if you would bring the microphone closer to you and speak in some of the other members, maybe I might hear you better.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection, I'll yield my turn to Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who interviewed you, Ms. Harmony, when you were hired at the committee to re-elect the president?
I was interviewed by the personnel director, Mrs. Santarelli, originally. She took me to Mr. Liddy. I talked with him, and then I went back for another screening through Mr. Odell.
I understand that at the time you were hired, there was mention made of being involved in clandestine activities. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Who brought up that subject?
Mr. Liddy.
And what did he say?
He said that I can't give you a quote, that he might be involved in clandestine activities.
Did he describe the clandestine activities?
He did not.
What did you think he might have meant by them?
Well, to me, clandestine does not mean illegal, and I can keep a secret.
Did he indicate to you that you would be a partner in these clandestine activities?
No, sir, he didn't indicate that.
You mentioned that Mr. Liddy, I think, had talked to Mr. Hunt. Was that when Mr. Hunt came to Mr. Liddy's office?
No, I'm not aware that Mr. Hunt ever came to Mr. Liddy's office. I had the opportunity to see Mr. Hunt twice. Mainly it was through phone conversations.
Do you recall what they discussed?
I would have no idea, sir.
Do you remember any other people who may have visited Mr. Liddy's office? And if you do, who were they?
The only other people that I'm aware of that might have visited Mr. Liddy's office were the state finance chairman or treasurers who would come in. Actually, our job was to...
and who was that?
The state finance chairman or treasurers from the individual states. Our job was to set up and register with the General Accounting Office all of the state finance committees, make sure they were properly chartered and authorized to take in money and disperse funds.
Since we're on the subject of monies, do you recall any occasion that Mr. Liddy received any monies from anyone?
Now, are you speaking of payment to Mr. Liddy, Senator Gurney?
That's right. Payment, cash, anything in the form of monies.
That was given to Mr. Liddy? No, I'm not aware of ever having seen him given any money.
Are you aware of any occasions when he may have given money to anybody else?
I'm not. Only the occasion of when I gave the sealed envelope to Mr. Hunt that Mr. Sloan had given to me.
And it's your... You think there was money in that envelope?
That would be my assumption, sir.
Have any idea how much or what for?
I would have no
No one
idea.
ever discussed it with you?
No.
You did mention that Mr. Liddy received many of his phone calls himself. Do you
Yes.
recall who might have called him that you knew about at any time?
I have taken messages and asked him to return calls, and
Do
normally
you
he
recall
did this
who they were
himself.
from?
We're speaking of just general day-to-day.
That's right.
He talked to a number of people, I think, at the White House.
Who were they?
Occasionally. Mr. Dean, Mr. Krogh, Mr. Strong. He talked to a Mr. Barth. I think Mr. Roger Barth is at the IRS. He had conversations with a couple of people down at the General Accounting Office on occasion.
Let's talk about the White House for a moment. Do you know what he talked about with people in the White House?
Senator Gurney, I would have no idea.
He never told you of these
No.
conversations. Who did he talk to most at the White House?
I would have no way of knowing that. Normally, like I say, when Mr. Liddy worked, he worked with his door closed. He placed his own calls and most of the time took his own incoming calls.
Would you have any recollection that he talked to one person more than another?
No, I wouldn't.
These memorandums that you typed that referred to Ruby 1 and Ruby 2 and Crystal, these must have provoked your curiosity who Ruby 1, 2, and Crystal were.
No, sir.
They didn't?
No.
Well, where do you think this information was coming from Ruby 1?
I put no rhyme or reason with who, what information was coming from whom.
Was the information about finances?
No, it would have been the intelligence information. And I, like I say, I cannot tell you.
Can you give us some vague notion of what the intelligence information was?
As far as the, not as far as the telephone conversation, but
I can give you 3 reports that I have typed. This is all I can remember the content of. Do you want the content of them as nearly as I can recall?
Yes.
All right.
And may I point out, I'm not talking about the illegal wiretaps.
I know you're
I'm
not.
talking about the other things that were legal.
I do recall doing one that was on, the subject of it was Robin Cranston. And that dealt with some sort of a drug and a girl in a hospital. This is about all I can tell you about it.
Well, do you recall anything that had to do with political activity? That's really what I'm interested in.
No. Other than and another one I received from McGovern headquarters was just a report on the fact that the employees were receiving a pay cut or asked to go on a volunteer basis. And this is the extent of that memo.
Do you recall any of these that may have originated from other political campaigns other than the one McGovern that you've identified?
Senator, I am aware that there was someone at one time in the Muskie headquarters.
And what intelligence was received from that?
I don't know.
But at least one of the memos...
But I don't know that it was a memo. I'm just aware there was somebody there. I would have assumed that I had something from that. The reason I'm aware of it was that one time Mr. Liddy was just talking and he said, I'm taking someone from the Muskie headquarters and moving him to McGovern's.
But you don't know whether that was...
As to whether there was, one person, 2 people, I don't know.
And you don't know whether it was Ruby 1, 2, or Christie?
No, sir, I don't.
This facsimile that you manufactured, how did that come about? Mr. Liddy came into your office and said, I'd like to have something made up. Could you give us a narrative account of that?
Yes, sir, I can. He had looked through a file and could find no McGovern stationery. I had an envelope that I had saved in my desk drawer. Secretary Stans had been solicited from the McGovern headquarters for a contribution. That was given to Mr. Liddy just, if there were any ramifications.
Did he make the contribution, do you recall?
Don't believe he did. I think we had the entire contents. Mr. Liddy and he asked me to go to the Xerox room with him. We took this envelope and used it on the Xerox machine in order to make the facsimile of the McGovern letterhead.
But did he come to you and say, Sally, I need
He needed
pass
the
into
envelope.
the office?
Yeah, he needed the envelope. No, I was in his office. He was looking for the stationery, couldn't find it. He said, do you still have the envelope? And I said, yes. So I said, well, come on back to the Xerox room. And so we went back and came up with a
Did he give you
Xerox
any
stationery.
indication of why he needed it or what he's going to use it for?
After he dictated the memo to me, no, I had no idea. In fact, it was a real puzzle to me until I read, I think about 3 weeks ago, Mr. McCord made the statement in the paper that they had intended to go into McGovern headquarters that weekend also.
You didn't ask Mr. Liddy who's going to use this?
No.
Did you ever make any copies of these memos or telephone logs that you typed?
No, Senator Gurney, I did not.
After you typed them, you turned them over to Mr. Liddy?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether he kept a file in his office of these?
Not that I'm aware of.
You never saw him file any or do anything with these things?
I'm sorry, I didn't
You
hear
never
you.
saw him file any of these papers?
No, I never did see him file.
Did he ever tell you what he did with them?
No, sir, he did not.
I think that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Harmony, when did your employment with the committee to re-elect the president terminate?
On November the 20th, Senator Talmadge.
1972?
Yes, sir.
Where do you now work?
Well, I am still working at the inaugural committee.
The next one or the last one?
Well, they keep asking me if I'm going to be there 4 more years.
What do your duties consist of?
answering last-minute mail, not requests for tickets, requests for refunds. The ball favors that, it was that people didn't get, that sort of thing. Actually, I think one of the main reasons I'm down there is we would like to get the final report finished. I'm trying to put the individual group final reports in good order for Mr. Marriott. We still have 2 bookkeepers who are working there, and I think that they would like me to stay there as long as they're working there.
What is your salary there?
My salary there is $12,500.
Did you ever have any contacts while you were working for Mr. Liddy by people that were identified only by their first names?
Senator, not that I'm aware of.
Neither personally or by telephone or otherwise?
No, on occasion when Mr. Barker has called, he might have said, "This is Bernie," rather than "This is Mr. Barker" or "Bernie Barker."
You knew who those were, of course.
Yes, sir.
You had no contacts with people that you did not identify other than by their first names?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
With whom did Mr. Liddy confer most frequently?
Senator, I don't quite know what you mean by the question.
Did he have a lot of visitors,
No,
telephone conversations? If so, who did he have the most conversations with or the most visits with?
He very infrequently had visitors in his office, and I was sitting in a position that I might not have been aware if somebody was in his office. I have on occasion tapped on the door and gone in and not realized someone was in there.
When his telephone would ring, would you answer it first or would he answer it? What was the mechanism?
All right. We had 2 outside lines and 2 that came through the switchboard. He always answered the one that came through the switchboard. He would frequently answer the outside line himself.
You were his personal secretary.
That's right.
You don't know who he conferred with the most?
No, sir.
Neither personally or by telephone. Who were Mr. Liddy's superiors at the committee to re-elect the president and also the finance committee to re-elect the president?
At the committee for the re-election of the president, he would have reported to Mr. Magruder, I think, as general counsel, and Mr. Mitchell. At the finance committee, he reported to Secretary Stans.
Did Mr. Liddy meet most often with his associates in person or by telephone?
I don't ever recall taking a phone call from Mr. Magruder. I would say offhand that when he talked to Mr. Magruder, he went to Mr. Magruder's office, in the same way with Mr. Mitchell, although I cannot be sure of his phone conversations at all.
Did you ever shred any of Mr. Liddy's materials after the Watergate break-in on June 17th?
No, sir, I did not work on that Saturday, if you're referring to that incident.
Did you shred any subsequent thereto?
Subsequent to that, he asked me to check through his files with him the day he left. There was very little there.
What day was that, and how many documents did you shred?
I think it was the 28th of June on the day he left. He asked me to pick out anything that might have his handwriting on it. There were maybe some old drafts of something, maybe 3 or 4 documents perhaps. Plus
What
my
were those
shorthand
documents?
I would have no idea. They would have been old drafts of
You
things.
shredded only those that had his signature on them or his... What do your duties consist of?
Answering last-minute mail, not requests for tickets, requests for refunds. The ball favors that, it was that people didn't get, that sort of thing. Actually, I think one of the main reasons I'm down there is we would like to get the final report finished. I'm trying to put the individual group final reports in good order for Mr. Marriott. We still have 2 bookkeepers who are working there, and I think that they would like me to stay there as long as they're working there.
What is your salary there?
My salary there is $12,500.
Did you ever have any contacts while you were working for Mr. Liddy by people that were identified only by their first names?
Senator, not that I'm aware of.
Neither personally or by telephone or otherwise?
No, on occasion when Mr. Barker has called, he might have said this is Bernie rather than this is Mr. Barker or Bernie Barker.
You knew who those were, of course.
Yes, sir.
You had no contacts with people that you did not identify other than by their first names?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
With whom did Mr. Liddy confer most frequently?
Senator, I don't quite know what you mean by the question.
Did he have a lot of visitors,
No,
telephone conversations? If so, who did he have the most conversations with or the most visits with?
He very infrequently had visitors in his office, and I was sitting in a position that I might not have been aware if somebody was in his office. I have on occasion tapped on the door and gone in and not realized someone was in there.
When his telephone would ring, would you answer it first or would he answer it? What was the mechanism?
All right. We had 2 outside lines and 2 that came through the switchboard. He always answered the one that came through the switchboard. He would frequently answer the outside line himself.
You were his personal secretary.
That's right.
You don't know who he conferred with the most?
No, sir.
Neither personally or by telephone. Who were Mr. Liddy's superiors at the committee to re-elect the president and also the finance committee to re-elect the president?
At the committee for the re-election of the president, he would have reported to Mr. Magruder, I think, as general counsel, and Mr. Mitchell. At the finance committee, he reported to Secretary Stans.
Did Mr. Liddy meet most often with his associates in person or by telephone?
I don't ever recall taking a phone call from Mr. Magruder. I would say offhand that when he talked to Mr. Magruder, he went to Mr. Magruder's office, in the same way with Mr. Mitchell, although I cannot be sure of his phone conversations at all.
Did you ever shred any of Mr. Liddy's materials after the Watergate break-in on June 17th?
No, sir, I did not work on that Saturday, if you're referring to that incident.
Did you shred any subsequent thereto?
Subsequent to that, he asked me to check through his files with him the day he left. There was very little there that...
What day was that, and how many documents did you shred?
I think it was the 28th of June on the day he left. He asked me to pick out anything that might have his handwriting on it. There were maybe some old drafts of something, maybe 3 or 4 documents perhaps. Plus
what
my
were those
shorthand
documents?
I would have no idea. They would have been old drafts of things.
You shredded only those that had his signature on them or his personal handwriting?
His personal handwriting.
With whom did Mr. Liddy meet on a regular basis?
He had a staff meeting every morning in Secretary Stans' office. Other than that, I don't know that there was a regular basis.
Each morning he would leave and go to Secretary Stans' office and have a meeting there?
Yes, sir.
Who else did he meet with regularly besides Secretary Stans?
I'm not aware that he met with anyone regularly, Senator.
What is your knowledge of the extent that Mr. Liddy was involved in the Watergate break-in and the McGovern headquarters attempted break-in?
What is the extent of my knowledge of
Yes.
it? Mainly what I've read in the newspapers.
Didn't know anything prior to that, too?
No, sir.
You had no information from Mr. Liddy or others firsthand subsequent to that, too?
That he intended to break into those places?
Yes.
No, sir.
Or that he did break in?
No.
All you know about it is what you've read in the newspapers subsequent to that time?
Yes, Senator.
What is your knowledge of the type and extent to which Mr. Liddy organized, controlled, or participated in intelligence activities while you were his secretary?
Senator, the only information I would have would be the memos that he dictated to me and I typed for him.
And that was the full extent of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
You knew, of course, that was coming from sources that weren't quite ethical, I guess.
Well, I think maybe at the time someone had mentioned the fact that they were aware that there were two people in our political organization from the other side.
Were you familiar with the fact that some of those messages were taped by eavesdropping and wiretapping?
You're talking of the telephone conversations. Senator, I was not aware that they were wiretap conversations at the time that I was doing them. No, sir.
Never apprised of that until
No.
subsequently. What was Mr. Liddy's association with the November group?
When Mr. Liddy was the general counsel for the committee, I think he was secretary or treasurer of that group. I think after he went to the finance committee, that was probably turned over to the general counsel for the committee, Mr. Saddam.
What was the November group?
It was an advertising organization set up.
What kind of advertising? What was the nature of the advertising?
Our political advertising.
What type? Urging the re-election of the president?
Yes, it was set up for the committee for the re-election of the president. I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
And that was the full extent of the November group?
As far as I know, yes.
You never knew any other thing about it except it was an advertising operation?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So, Sally Harmony has testified that she transcribed telephone conversations on gemstone stationery, but she wasn't aware that the conversations came from bugged telephones. In a moment, she'll continue explaining her work for a convicted Watergate conspirator, G. Gordon Liddy. At this point, we'd like to thank you viewers for your comments on our gavel-to-gavel coverage. The response has been overwhelming. To date, we've received an estimated 69,000 cards and letters. We say estimated because our staff hasn't had the time to count them all. Of those they have been able to count, 99% have expressed approval of this kind of coverage. We've heard from music students in Vermont, a Supreme Court justice in the state of Texas, a senior citizens leader in Key Biscayne, Florida. Most of the letters came from people who were unable to watch the hearings while at work during the day and appreciated access to them at night. Here are some samples of their opinions. A.M. Miller, Toronto, Canada. Your offer of unabridged viewing enables a crowd of viewers to be part of history. We shall almost be able to say, we were there. James Wilmoth, Fort Worth, Texas. I am sick of press and TV reporters' opinions on Watergate. You are the one station that gives it to us as it is and allows us to form our own opinions. Mrs. June Wilson, Atlanta, Georgia. Since the Watergate gavel-to-gavel rebroadcast began, I have not sewed on a button, taken up a hem, or put the yogurt on to make. Since I work during the day, I would be hard-pressed to keep up with the testimony and the nuances which undeniably show themselves in such a hearing. Thus I arrived red-eyed and sleepy to work now, and don't care. Here's an example of the few people who do not approve of our rebroadcast of the hearings. This one from Wallace Fleming in Millbrae, California. I'm so sick of hearing Watergate I could vomit. If ever an anthill was built to mountainous proportions by an irresponsible communications media, this is it. We're very grateful to those of you who've taken the trouble to write, whatever your opinions are. We'd like to encourage viewers who still want to express an opinion to write to their local public television station about it. Under the public broadcast system, it's the local stations who each make decisions on whether to carry this kind of broadcast. So if you have an opinion about it, write to your local station. They'd like to hear about it. NPAC's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we return to the hearings, Gordon Liddy's former secretary, Sally Harmony, is being questioned by Senator Lowell Weicker.
Mr. Weicker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions. Could you tell me what you did in the period prior to moving over to the Finance Committee of the Committee to Re-elect the President? There was a period of time when you worked for Mr. Liddy, as I understand, when he was General Counsel to the Committee to Re-elect the President.
2 weeks, Senator Weicker.
A 2-week period?
Yes.
What was the nature of your activities during that 2-week period?
We were working on a project at the time, getting reporting information and filing date information.
Reporting dates?
Filing dates.
Filing dates?
Yes, for primaries and elections.
For primaries and elections?
We were in contact with the Secretaries of State at that time.
Was this in relation to any particular candidacy?
I think I've talked to it runs in my mind we were making some inquiries about what might be necessary for Senator Wallace to file for the presidency.
That you were, I'm sorry,
or Governor Wallace, I'm sorry.
That you thought this might be
yes.
An effort on behalf of Governor Wallace?
Not in behalf of, but just trying to determine if he could file and in how many states he might be able to file at that time.
And this was activity being conducted out of the General Counsel's office of the Committee to Re-elect the President?
That's right, but it also was to determine the primary dates and the filing dates for the different states for the Committee for the Re-election or for the President's.
So that the work related both to the Committee to Re-elect the President as to filing requirements, primary dates, and am I correct when you state that it also had a relationship to Governor Wallace?
I vaguely remember that, sir, and I can't give you any details on it at all.
I see. Was there, let me ask you one more question in that regard. Aside from the Committee to Re-elect the President and Governor Wallace, was there any other particular individual that was being done for or in relation to?
Senator Weicker, that length of time and that 2-week period, I'm sorry, I just can't recall anything else.
Okay. Now, am I correct in paraphrasing your testimony to the committee today? Am I correct in my understanding that you've told us that at no time did you say that you would lie to protect Gordon Liddy? Would that be a correct paraphrase?
Senator Weicker, I said I never used the word perjure. I don't recall that I would ever have made that statement.
Mm-hmm. To the best of your recollection?
To the best of my recollection.
You've never made that statement. Now, can you tell me how many times you've appeared before the grand jury?
Senator, I've appeared before the grand jury 4 times.
I beg your pardon?
4 times.
And can you indicate to me what initiated your second appearance before the grand jury?
My second appearance, Senator?
Mm-hmm.
No, I do not know.
Well, let me ask you this. Were subsequent appearances before the grand jury in any way motivated by the fact that you had withheld information at the time of your first appearance before that body?
Senator, I have no idea why they called me the second time.
Or a third time?
The third time I went back, I had consulted counsel at the time. I think I was called back to maybe clarify some information for them.
And the fourth time?
I think the same reason.
Was clarification of your previous testimony before the grand jury, would that be correct?
Is that? Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Harmony, other than transcribing from the bug information and the dictation from Mr. Liddy, did you type any other secret memorandums which you labeled as confidential or conveying something clandestine?
Senator Montoya, other than the ones that I have related, those are the ones that I can recall.
What were your principal duties as secretary to Mr. Liddy?
Well, my main function was to set up the state finance committees, make certain they were properly registered with the GAO, all the forms were filed, that they were properly chartered, that they received letters of authorizations from Secretary Stans, that they could collect and disperse monies. They were in a constant state of perhaps changing a treasurer or...
Besides those activities relating to the campaign, did he dictate letters to you?
Yes, yes.
Other than the confidential memorandums
yes, sir.
about which you have testified?
Yes, sir.
Did you also answer the telephones?
Yes, sir.
Did you arrange appointments for him?
I don't recall on any occasion that yes, a couple of times when somebody from the state might have been coming in, they would have told me from some other office, and I would have told him that someone was coming in at a given time.
Well, you knew that he had met with Mr. Mitchell at the Department of Justice on several occasions, did you not?
Senator, I did not. I knew that he had gone to the Department of Justice, but with whom he met, I did not know.
Did you keep his log of appointments?
No, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to observe him?
I have never seen an appointment book that he had.
You mean he kept his appointment book locked in the office, in his desk?
I had access to his desk. He did not keep an appointment book as far as I'm aware.
Now tell us, what kind of a desk did he have? Did he have a key to the desk?
Yes,
and
sir.
Also a combination lock?
No, he had only a key to his desk.
Now you say that Mr. Liddy ordered the stationery with a letterhead gemstone. How many copies of this stationery or how many sheets did he order?
Senator, I don't know.
Did he place more than one order?
Not as far as I'm aware. Only one was delivered.
Where was this stationery kept?
The stationery was kept in the bottom drawer of his file cabinet.
Did anyone else use this stationery?
Not that I'm aware of, sir, no.
How much did you pay for this stationery when you paid it?
Well, I had made the statement that the figure was $57. In the meantime, I hear that it might have been $67.
All right. You mentioned that you took quite a few documents to your apartment in your statement before the committee. Secret documents, did you not?
No, Senator, I did not.
I believe the testimony before the committee during the interview indicated that you had taken some documents that belonged to Mr. Liddy to your apartment in your car, did you not?
Oh, I'm sorry. I took some files, some pictures, some things from his office to my apartment in my car, yes. There were 2 cardboard cartons with things in that belonged to him.
Did you take them out of his desk, or did you take them out of the files?
Actually, they're the things that he and I had gathered up before he left the night before, other than taking the pictures off the walls.
Where did you gather them from?
The boxes were on his desk.
Were they confidential in nature, or were they reports of investigations, or what?
Senator, I don't know what he might have put in his briefcase and taken the night he left. I'm only aware of what was put in those boxes, and I was asked to bring home. It would not have been confidential information. He had a voluminous gun control file, which was part of it. I think copies of personal letters that he had done.
Did the fact that you were writing letters on gemstone stationery ever arouse your curiosity as to the clandestine nature of the activity which the information might have portrayed?
Senator, it didn't.
Did you, during the month of May, type any memorandums, or during the early part of June, with respect to Democratic National Headquarters? Or the McGovern headquarters?
You're speaking of prior to the break-in?
Yes.
Not, Senator, that I'm aware of.
Well, you mentioned that you had some pictures supposedly from the Democratic National Committee with some fingers on them. Didn't that indicate to you that they came from the National Committee?
No, Senator. I did not know where they had come from.
And you did not type any memorandums whatsoever before the break-in?
Yes, the memorandum that I have mentioned to you before that I had received from Senator McGovern headquarters.
Well, you have indicated a very hazy memory, Mrs. Harmony, about the contents of the memorandum which you typed. Now, did you, let's see if you can recall, did you type any memoranda with respect to anything at Democratic National Headquarters or McGovern headquarters prior to the break-in in June?
Senator, only the memoranda that I have mentioned are the only ones that I can remember. Now, I will say this. I did take dictation from Mr. Liddy, and I think as any secretary may be aware, the first word will not relate to the third. You only take down words. When you type it, you only type words. So if you do not read it for content, you do not remember the content.
Well, what were the memoranda with respect to the Democratic National Committee about? How close can you tie it to the National Committee? What was it?
Senator, I don't know which memoranda you're referring to. I'm sorry.
I'm referring to any memoranda that you might have typed prior to the break-in with respect to the Democratic National Committee or the McGovern headquarters.
Prior to the break-in, I typed some general intelligence memoranda. One had to do with the subject of Robin Cranston. One had to do with the status of the McGovern workers in the headquarters. One was a list of typewritten names of the workers in the McGovern headquarters. And the other two were the tapes that we have talked about. Now, this is all I can recall doing.
And how did the pictures of Mr. O'Brien and others get to Mr. Liddy's desk, and did you ask any questions about those? Or do you have any recollection as to why they got there?
I have no idea how they got to his desk. I did not see them brought into the office at all. I don't know what disposition was made of them.
Now, what happened to the files which you took for Mr. Liddy to your apartment?
Mr. Liddy came by and picked them up.
Since the break-in, who have you talked to among the individuals involved in this from the White House, and including Mr. Magruder and any others from the Department of Justice? Who have you talked to about this case?
I have been interviewed by the FBI.
Well, did you talk to Mr. Dean about this case?
No, I don't know Mr. Dean.
Did you talk to the attorney for the committee to re-elect the president, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, before my grand jury appearance, yes. I have had conversations with Mr. O'Brien. I think everyone who went to grand jury probably did.
Did you talk to Mr. Liddy?
Concerning this?
Yes, concerning your grand jury appearance and concerning your appearance before this committee, or either?
No, I don't think I ever discussed anything about my grand jury appearance with Mr. Liddy. Or about appearing before the Hill, no.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Harmon, when did you receive an envelope from when did you deliver an envelope to Mrs. E. Howard Hunt which you believed contained money?
I delivered an envelope to Mr. E. Howard Hunt.
E. Howard Hunt. When was that with reference to that was necessarily before? Was that before or after the break-in?
That was before, sir. It would have been the week of April 7. I would say probably the 4th or 5th of April. Mr. Liddy was traveling at that time.
Now, how often did you deliver envelopes to E. Howard Hunt?
That was the only time.
The only time. You say that Mr. Liddy reported to Mr. Stans and to Mr. Magruder?
Mr. Liddy, when he was counsel to the Finance Committee, reported directly to Mr. Stans in that capacity, yes.
And he saw he stated to you virtually every day that he was going to see Mr. Stans.
Mr. Stans had a staff meeting every morning.
Yes, had a staff meeting every morning attended by Mr. Liddy.
Yes, sir.
How often did you see Mr. Magruder and Mr. Liddy together?
I don't recall. Well, one time I did deliver a memo to Mr. Magruder's office when Mr. Liddy was there. It was an intelligence memo which he had dictated to me. It was in a hurry, left, said bring it to me in Mr. Magruder's office. That I did.
Now, did I understand you to testify that that Mr. Liddy on one or more occasions told you that he was going to visit Mr. John Mitchell?
Yes, he has told me.
How many times did he make statements to that effect to you?
Senator Ervin, that would be difficult for me to say. I would say maybe 2 or 3 occasions. Now, Mr. Liddy has, on many occasions, gone out of the office on the 2nd floor and said, I'm going upstairs.
So who was upstairs?
Anybody that wasn't with the Finance Committee.
Well, where was Mr. Mitchell's office?
Mr. Mitchell's office was on the 4th floor, I think at Mudge Rose.
Well, that was upstairs?
That was upstairs. Yes. Mr. Magruder was upstairs, yes.
But on several occasions, Mr. Magruder did tell you he was going to visit Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Liddy has on occasion said he was going to Mr. Mitchell's office.
Where you spoke of the fact that there were telephone conversations between Mr. Liddy and Bernard Barker.
Yes, sir.
Were these long-distance calls?
Senator, sometimes Mr. Barker did call from Florida, and sometimes I was really not aware of where he was calling from.
How often did conversations occur between Mr. Liddy and Mr. Barker?
Well, by Mr. Liddy's answering his own phone, I cannot give you a definite answer. I would say offhand I may have taken 4 or 5 calls from Mr. Barker.
And about what time of the year did these occur?
Well, let's see. There would have been 2 calls from Mr. Barker during the last 2 weeks in March when we worked upstairs that I'm aware of.
Did you know what they talked about?
No, sir.
You also stated on some occasions Mr. Liddy had telephone conversations with people in the White House. Can you identify any of those people except Mr. John W. Dean III and Mr. Eagle Krog?
I think he talked with with Mr. Strawn occasionally. If I had the list of whiteout names, I could pick some out, but I'm...
How frequently did these conversations occur?
Oh, I'd say very infrequently. But he may have made his own placed his own calls, so I'm really not aware.
Did he receive any calls from the White House, to your knowledge?
No, sir, I'm not aware. I don't recall.
But you do know that he made calls to the White House and talked to Mr. Strong, Mr.
Yes,
Dean,
and he
Mr.
would have. Yes,
Krog.
I'm sorry. He would have received calls because, as I recall, I would have taken a leave word if he was not there that someone had called.
What was the committee concerned with the Governor Wallace's campaign?
I don't know.
How often did you hear Governor Wallace's campaign discussed by Mr. Liddy?
Mr. Chairman, this was during my first week or 2 with the committee. I was a little at odds at knowing who was doing what. I only just did some work that was given to me.
Now, you know from memos that Mr. Liddy was receiving intelligence from the McGovern headquarters, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know from whom he was receiving that intelligence?
Mr. Chairman, I do not.
You know whether he received it from somebody who had infiltrated Mr. McGovern's headquarters?
That was my assumption, yes, sir.
Yes. And the same thing is true with reference to the headquarters of Senator Muscat, isn't it?
That's my assumption, sir.
So his clandestine operations, whatever they were, extended into the headquarters of two senators who were seeking the Democratic nomination for president.
Yes, Senator.
Can you identify this document?
That particular one, no, sir.
Well, can you identify it as being like some documents you've seen?
I know it's
hand it to the witness.
I can see it, Senator, and I don't know whether I've seen that or not.
I'm not asking where you've seen this particular document.
I know what you're asking me.
We should look at it and tell me whether or not you have seen documents similar to this.
I don't recall.
I
do not recall.
Are you unable to identify that as the folders in which what you typed on the gemstone or paper was put?
I hate to be unable to identify it as that, but with the wording down in the left-hand corner, it may well have been.
It might well be.
But I don't recall ever using those envelopes or putting the material in it, no, sir.
Well, you do know that the gemstone typing was put in some kind of a container similar to that, don't you?
No, sir. I only typed the material and gave it back to Mr. Liddy.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Ms. Harmony, I believe the committee and staff have covered your testimony very thoroughly. You've interviewed with the staff on, what, 2 occasions, I believe?
3 occasions.
3 occasions. And you've appeared before the grand jury?
On 4 occasions.
4 times.
Yes, sir.
There's only one question or one line of questioning that occurs to me that might be further elaborated. Your testimony, as I understood it, was that you gave the gemstone stationery invoice to Mr. Magruder.
That's right, sir.
Rather than to Mr. Odle.
Yes, sir.
Because, as I understood you to say, you thought he would know more about it.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me why you thought he would know more about it?
I cannot tell you why, other than the fact that I do know Mr. Liddy saw him frequently. But as to my being aware that any of this material was given to Mr. Magruder, I cannot factually say I gave it to him or I handed it to him, other than the fact that I did take one general intelligence memo to Mr. Magruder when Mr. Liddy was in the office.
Now, I rather judge that you are probably a very, very efficient secretary. I rather judge you're probably telling us exactly the truth when you say that a good secretary stenographer listens to words and not to content. I can't really quarrel with that. I have good secretaries, and I know that to be the case, I believe. But it's difficult for me to comprehend that you made an independent decision to give this to Mr. Odle, to Mr. Magruder, rather than Mr. Odle, without having some basis for making that judgment. Can you help me with that?
No, I cannot. I only knew that I should take it to Mr. Magruder. That I can give you no reason.
Can you give us any inkling of why you should
no
give it
hint
to
at
me?
all.
Well, now, let's move on from that for a moment. I really don't want to press you. I think you've been very cooperative, but did you have some reason to think that this dealt with money that might be spent secretly? Did you have some reason to think that this might have something to do with a separate classification of intelligence gathering, with clandestine activities, with some other branch of activity beyond the scope and jurisdiction of the regular chain of command? Did any of those things lead you to the conclusion that it ought to go to Mr. Magruder?
The word gemstone was on the invoice, sir.
I'm sorry.
The word gemstone was printed on the invoice as quote, gemstone stationery.
Ruby 1, Ruby 2, and Crystal.
Gemstone stationery.
Was that what caused you to give it to Mr. Magruder?
That's what caused me to give it to Mr. Magruder. Had it been a regular invoice for just simply stationery, I would have okayed it and processed it through myself.
What was your understanding of the code word gemstone?
Code word gemstone, when I started to use it, encompassed the general intelligence memos plus the telephone conversations that I typed.
Did you give other gemstone material to Mr. Magruder?
I don't know whether the memo that I took up to him would at that time been put on plain white bond. It may have been gemstone at the top of that one. I don't recall. That
But
may
in
be
any
my-
event, I remember now that you said those documents were given to Mr. Liddy and you lost touch with where they went after
That's right, sir. I don't know what he did with them.
Why didn't you give this invoice to Mr. Liddy?
Mr. Liddy was gone. It came after he was discharged from the committee.
So an additional reason then would have been, well, let me ask it this way. Had Mr. Liddy been there, what would you have done with the
I would have given it to him.
Because it was gemstone?
Because it was gemstone, and I would have assumed that he did not want it to go be processed by the Finance Committee
Now
in that form.
Did you destroy the gemstone invoice?
Yes, sir, I did.
Why?
Mr. Magruder asked me to destroy it.
Did he tell you why?
No, he didn't have to tell me why.
Well, then I'd like to know why.
Because Mr. Liddy had been discharged from the committee. It had the word gemstone on it. I was familiar with the word gemstone and the way I had used it. I thought probably a lot of members of the committee were not aware of that.
Ms. Harmony, why would you be concerned for the destruction of this material? You knew that Mr. Liddy was no longer there. You knew from newspaper accounts of the break-in at the Watergate complex. You knew that this invoice bore reference to gemstone, which had to do with clandestine, although, as you put it, not necessarily illegal activity. You knew, apparently, that it was so sensitive that it ought to be destroyed.
Yes, sir.
Now, what in the total concept of your perception of gemstone as an operation, what led you to believe independently or led you to concur in the judgment of Mr. Magruder that that information ought to be destroyed, it ought to be shredded? What were you thinking of when you thought of that?
Senator Baker, after I had been aware of the break-in at Democratic National Committee headquarters, I knew that the telephone conversations that I had typed had come from there. I identified with gemstone.
Were there any other gemstones involved other than Ruby 1, Ruby 2, and Tuesday? I mean, and Crystal?
Those are the only ones I recall, sir.
I'm sorry. Tell me again.
Those are the only ones I recall.
There were no other gems involved.
I don't recall any.
Did you destroy any other information, any other document besides your stenographic notepad, which you've testified to, and the gemstone invoice from the printer?
In some material, when Mr. Liddy and I cleaned out his files that he asked me to destroy that had his handwriting on.
Do you know what the content of those documents were?
I do not. They would have, like I say, they would have been drafts of something that had been retyped and probably just put back in a folder for no particular reason.
He didn't express or state a reason for the destruction of these particular documents.
No, sir.
Did he later?
No, he did
At
not.
any time?
No.
After the break-in?
This was the day he left the committee.
Did he come to your house and pick up some material?
Yes, sir, he did.
Did he tell you anything then about why he came to your house to pick up material?
Senator, I took the things home because it was not late in the evening. He had been discharged from the committee. And I think probably I offered to take the things out for him. I mean, you know, rather than go through the whole thing with everybody that night. which might have proved a little embarrassing at the particular time, saying, well, I've been fired. I said, why don't you let me take it and you can pick it up?
Well, when he did pick it up, did he tell you why he wanted certain material and why he wanted other material destroyed?
No,
I hate to press you on this, but you understand that Mr. Liddy has so far not testified, either in court or before this committee. And I am struggling more than I ordinarily would to try to get at this subject matter. But did Mr. Liddy tell you, assign any reason for wanting to reclaim certain of that?
They were his personal articles.
Well, can you verify that they were, in fact, personal items?
Yes, sir. I think
Can
so.
you tell us
so.
of what nature?
I think there was a personal file folder that I'm aware of. They were pictures from his wall, his law degrees. There was a couple of volumes of the criminal law reporter that you put in a binder, whatever that is. His gun control files, which were quite voluminous. They belonged to him. They were his personal possessions.
I have a lot of other questions, Mr. Chairman, but I think that the witness has been very patient, and I understand, Ms. Harmony, if we need your return, that you'd be willing to return.
You have to, Senator Baker.
Thank you very much.
Committee indulge me, I've overlooked two questions.
Yes, sir.
After Mr. Liddy dictated letters or memoranda to you, and after you typed those letters or memoranda, did you not read the letters or memoranda to find out whether or not you'd committed any grammatical errors?
Senator, I think normally you'll find that you just glance over them and you really do not read for content.
Well, my secretaries read what I dictate to them after we see whether there's any grammatical errors in that.
Well, this is it. You can determine if the subject matches the verb and this sort of thing, but as to really knowing what the content is, I think you don't read it well enough to retain it in your mind as to what it was.
Did Mr. Liddy tell you why he was discharged by the committee?
The reason that he gave me that he was discharged from the committee was that he had refused to answer the questions posed to him by the FBI agents that afternoon.
Ms. Harmony, I think on the subject of whether you knew content or what it was you were in fact typing,
yes.
Did you ever have, prior to your job with the Committee for the Re-Election of President, any type of job where you engaged in any security activity or had any experience with telephone logs?
No, sir.
You did, however, know when you were discussing either with Mr. McCord or when you were typing from the dictation or the memos, the telephone logs, that they were telephone conversations, did you
yes,
not?
Sir.
I think it was your testimony earlier that you did know that there were certain topics. I think you mentioned conversations concerning goods and services of the Democratic National Committee. You were aware of certain topics.
Yes, sir.
And you were aware that this did deal with the Democratic campaign.
I'm sorry?
That the topics dealt with the Democratic campaign or the Democratic
This
Party.
particular one did, yes.
Yes. And that was a telephone conversation, was it not?
On my telephone conversations?
Yes.
Yes, there was one, right.
Yes. And in the telephone conversations, were you able to know from what you were typing that there were two parties involved?
Two people, no.
Is a person sending a message and a person receiving a message?
Right, there were two people involved, yes.
And did you have any idea how that came to be, that it was being recorded or being typed by you? How do you find from your own knowledge that somebody in Mr. Liddy's position or Mr. McCord's position had in his possession the conversation of two people on a telephone? Did you...
I'm sorry, Mr. Dash, I'm not understanding your question.
Well, you know you were typing the conversation of two people on the telephone.
That's right.
And that this was based on a recording, did you not?
Not necessarily. It could have been two people in the same room, one on another extension.
But it was a telephone conversation.
Yes.
And was it a telephone conversation of people in the Committee for the Re-Election of the President?
No, sir.
And it was... And I think you testified that it had to do with the Democratic Party.
Mr. Dash, I've testified, I've given you two names. I did not know, no offense to these people, but I did not know who they were or where they were physically located or that they were, in fact, with the Democratic National Committee. I am aware that the contents of one of the memos did deal with a possible Democratic candidate.
Yes, all right. Now, you were aware, and I think you testified earlier, that Mr. Liddy told you that he was going to be involved in clandestine activity.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And you did use this particular stationery for the recording of the clandestine activities.
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions.
I'd like to state on behalf of the committee, the witnesses, excuse me.
Thank you.
I'd like to state on behalf of the committee that as chairman, I met with the committee staff for the purpose of receiving the testimony in executive session of Mr. Gordon Liddy, who appeared in person and by attorney in response to a subpoena issued to the committee. Mr. Liddy, in person and also by counsel, declined to take the oath of a witness and declined to testify either then or before the committee in open meeting on the basis that he contended he was exempt from so doing by the Fifth and Sixth Amendments. The matter has been considered on the record by the full committee, and also there was an immunity order under Section 602 and 6005 of Title 18 of the United States Code. He declined to testify, however, on the ground he was exempted from so doing, notwithstanding the immunity order by the Fifth and Sixth Amendments. In view of the fact that Mr. Liddy has an appeal pending, in the event of a new trial should be awarded, he would have the right to refrain from taking the witness stand or to go on the witness stand at his election. The committee decided they would not insist on receiving his testimony at this time. I want to thank you, Mrs. Harmony, for your appearance before the committee and for your testimony. It's almost the regular recess time, and unless there's some objection on the part of the committee, we will defer calling the next witness until the committee resumes its session at 2 o'clock.
With that announcement, Senator Ervin ended an hour and a half of what might be called a frustrating interrogation. Sally Harmony did not give the senators very much in the way of real information about her boss, G. Gordon Liddy, and his clandestine work. And the committee indicated that it was willing to let the judicial process take its course in regard to Mr. Liddy, rather than try to break his silence with a contempt citation. In a moment, we'll hear more testimony about the Gemstone files, and public television's coverage of the hearings will continue after we pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As the hearings resumed after the luncheon break, the new witness is Robert Reisner, a former aide to Jeb Magruder, Deputy Director of the Committee to Re-elect the President.
Committee will come to order. Greg's all right to start with. Okay. Council will call the next witness.
Will Mr. Robert Reisner take the witness chair, please?
Yeah. I'm so scared I'll whisper something. Yeah. You stand up, hold up your right hand. You swear that the evidence that you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Terry Lenzner, Assistant Chief Counsel, will ask the first few questions of the witness.
Mr. Reisner, will you spell your name and address, please?
My name's Robert Reisner, middle initial AF. My address is 2727 29th Street in Northwest Washington.
And could you spell your last name, please?
It's Reisner.
And you're appearing here today without counsel, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any short opening statement you'd like to make?
No, I don't. As you know, Mr. Lenzner, Mr. Chairman, I've met with your staff on a number of occasions in an effort to try to be as cooperative as I could be, and I'm appearing here in the same spirit, and I'll be glad to answer your questions as fully as possible.
And I'd like to say on behalf of the committee, the staff assures me that you have been most cooperative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Reisner, could you pull the microphone closer to your mouth, please? Mr. Reisner, were you employed by the committee to re-elect the President in November of 1971?
I was.
And what was your position with the committee?
I was administrative assistant to Mr. Jeb Magruder.
And how long did you hold that position?
I worked for Mr. Magruder from November 1971 until July 1972. In July, I then went to work for Mr. Clark McGregor as his executive assistant.
And when did you leave the committee to re-elect?
On November 8th, following the election.
Now, can you briefly describe your duties as Mr. Magruder's administrative assistant?
My duties were pretty conventionally that of an administrative assistant. There were three kinds of duties, basically. I was responsible for the people, for coordinating among the people that he saw, in other words, his schedule. I was responsible for coordinating the paper flow that came in and out of his office, and therefore the decisions, just keeping track of the decisions that accompanied that paper flow. And finally, I was responsible for sort of a follow-up role, just keeping tabs on things that he wanted to have done and that he had asked various senior staff members to do for him.
Now, in those duties, did you maintain a diary of Mr. Magruder's schedule?
No, I did not personally maintain a diary. I was responsible for his calendar, and I had a secretary who also worked directly for Mr. Magruder named Vicki Shern, and her role was to keep a calendar and to keep his own calendar up to date, and that would be the accurate record of his schedule.
Now, did there come a time when you were introduced to Gordon Liddy?
Yes, I was.
And when was that, and who introduced you?
Well, I met Mr. Liddy, I imagine the first time, sometime around the beginning of the time that he came to the committee. I believe that would have been in December of 1971.
And who introduced you to him?
Well, Mr. Magruder introduced me to him in the sense of a formal introduction. I suppose I perhaps met Mr. Liddy the first time at a staff meeting in December of 1971.
And what did Mr. Magruder say at that staff meeting about Mr. Liddy's activities?
Well, Mr. Magruder indicated at that time that Mr. Liddy was going to become general counsel of the Committee for the Re-election of the President. And in addition to that, he made a joke about the fact that Mr. Liddy would also be involved in some research activities.
He described those research activities in any other detail?
Yes, he was making a joke about it, and I think that he may have said something to the effect of Mr. Liddy is also has other talents. I think there was some phrase similar to super sleuth or something to that effect. The reason I remember that is subsequently I was told by another member of the staff that Mr. Liddy was rather upset about that reference.
Now I'm going to show you, Mr. Reisner, some documents and ask you if you can identify these, which are copies of materials you previously turned over to the committee pursuant to a subpoena ducis tecum.
Yes, the documents that you've just given me are Xerox copies of a log which I maintain myself. Beginning in January of 1972, I began to keep a notebook which was basically a calendar notebook, but I didn't use it as an accurate recording of meetings or dates. I used it just for my own personal use to keep track of things in chronological order.
Including Mr. Magruder's, some of Mr. Magruder's appointments?
That's right. My entire job was related between November of 1971 and July of 1972. My job was related to his activities. And as a result, it was that keyed my own activities, and I recorded what was going on.
Now, would you look at the first entry on January 27, 1972? Mm-hmm. Does that reflect a meeting at approximately 11 o'clock with several individuals, including Mr. Magruder?
Yes. What it says here is at 11 o'clock it says Jeb, John Dean, Gordon Liddy, and then there's at White House, there's a notation indicating that.
And the next document, the next page, does that reflect a meeting on February the 4th at approximately 4 o'clock?
It's on the third page. It says meeting with AG with Liddy. What that would have indicated, incidentally, is it would have simply indicated that Mr. Magruder had a meeting in the Attorney General's office, and that it was the intention at the time that this notation was made that Mr. Liddy would accompany Mr. Magruder to that meeting. This does not record the fact that such a meeting would have taken place.
Now, for the same date, February 4th, is there also an indication that reads file folders ready for AG?
Yes, it does, at 2 o'clock.
Could you explain what that means?
The nature of Mr. Magruder's, the way in which he prepared himself to go to meetings with Mr. Mitchell, both during the time that he was Attorney General and subsequently, was that he had two large gray file folders. One of them contained documents that Mr. Magruder wished to bring up with Mr. Mitchell. The other contained Xerox copies, identical Xerox copies of those documents, and for Mr. Magruder's convenience, so that if he handed Mr. Mitchell a copy of a document, he would himself have a copy to refer to. And that's what this refers to. It means that those two folders were prepared with the documents that he wanted to take to the meeting with him.
Now, prior to the meeting with Mr. Mitchell, did Mr. Liddy ask you to obtain anything for him in preparation for that meeting?
I'm not certain whether this was the meeting. I don't remember Mr. Liddy going to meetings with Mr. Mitchell very often. I presume this was the meeting. I can remember a conversation with Mr. Liddy in which he came to me and indicated that he had something of the nature of a visual presentation that he wished to make. And he was interested in being certain that there was an easel or something that he could mount this on in Mr. Mitchell's office. I subsequently tried to determine whether there was such a assistance. I don't think I did it myself. I think I asked one of the secretaries to call Mr. Mitchell's secretary to make that determination, and there was none. That was the nature of the conversation and his inquiry.
Now, did you ever see Mr. Liddy with any charts or packages?
I saw him with a package that I think might have been charged and might not have been charged. I can't say.
Do you remember approximately when that was?
I relate it to approximately the same period of time.
Now, do you know if anybody else attended this meeting on February 4th or was scheduled to attend it?
Well,
besides Mr. Liddy and Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder?
I don't know. I have been shown the records that were kept by the secretary who worked for me, Vicki Shern, and in that those records, it indicates that Mr. Dean would have been invited to attend that meeting too. That's what the records show. I have no recollection myself.
Now, in February or March of 1972, did Mr. Liddy furnish you with a document to give to Mr. Magruder?
Well, I think that we've discussed a document which Mr. Liddy gave to me. He, from time to time, would come into my office, which was located in front of Mr. Magruder's office. It was adjacent. And when Mr. Liddy was unable to get in to see Mr. Magruder, because he was busy or for other reasons, or perhaps he just hadn't scheduled an appointment, he would, from time to time, stop in my office, indicate the nature of his business. He, from time to time, did stop in, and on one occasion I can remember him giving me a sheet of paper, which I would identify only as being a blank sheet of paper with some typing on it. I don't remember a letterhead. On this sheet of paper, the only recollection I have of the sheet of paper that we've discussed is that there were some figures in the right-hand side of the page. Mr. Liddy made the statement to me that he hated to write something like this down, and that's literally the extent of the statement. It was clear to me that I shouldn't, that it wasn't for my consumption either, because of the way in which he gave me the piece of paper. And as he handed it to me, it was put face down on the desk, and I would say within a matter of minutes, given to Mr. Magruder. And that's...
Do you remember if there was a total on that paper, total amount?
Well, we've discussed this. My best recollection is that there could have been a total, and that documents for Mr. Magruder's convenience, so that if he handed Mr. Mitchell a copy of a document, he would himself have a copy to refer to. And that's what this refers to. It means that those two folders were prepared with the documents that he wanted to take to the meeting with him.
Now, prior to the meeting with Mr. Mitchell, did Mr. Liddy ask you to obtain anything for him in preparation for that meeting?
I'm not certain whether this was the meeting. I don't remember Mr. Liddy going to meetings with Mr. Mitchell very often. I presume this was the meeting. I can remember a conversation with Mr. Liddy in which he came to me and indicated that he had something of the nature of a visual presentation that he wished to make, and he was interested in being certain that there was an easel or something that he could mount this on in Mr. Mitchell's office. I subsequently tried to determine whether there was such a assistance. I don't think I did it myself. I think I asked one of the secretaries to call Mr. Mitchell's secretary to make that determination, and there was none. That was the nature of the conversation and his inquiry.
Now, did you ever see Mr. Liddy with any charts or packages?
I saw him with a package that I think might have been charts and might not have been charts. I can't say.
Do you remember approximately when that was?
I relate it to approximately the same period of time.
Now, do you know if anybody else attended this meeting on February 4th or was scheduled to attend it?
Well,
besides Mr. Liddy and Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder?
I don't know. I have been shown the records that were kept by the secretary who worked for me, Vicki Shern, and in that those records, it indicates that Mr. Dean would have been invited to attend that meeting too. That's what the records show. I have no recollection myself.
Now, in February or March of 1972, did Mr. Liddy furnish you with a document to give to Mr. Magruder?
Well, I think that we've discussed a document which Mr. Liddy gave to me. He, from time to time, would come into my office, which was located in front of Mr. Magruder's office. It was adjacent. And when Mr. Liddy was unable to get in to see Mr. Magruder, because he was busy or for other reasons, or perhaps he just hadn't scheduled an appointment, he would, from time to time, stop in my office, indicate the nature of his business. He, from time to time, did stop in, and on one occasion I can remember him giving me a sheet of paper, which I would identify only as being a blank sheet of paper with some typing on it. I don't remember a letterhead. On this sheet of paper, the only recollection I have of the sheet of paper that we've discussed is that there were some figures in the right-hand side of the page. Mr. Liddy made the statement to me that he hated to write something like this down, and that's literally the extent of the statement. It was clear to me that I shouldn't, that it wasn't for my consumption either, because of the way in which he gave me the piece of paper. And as he handed it to me, it was put face down on the desk, and I would say within a matter of minutes, given to Mr. Magruder. And that's...
Do you remember if there was a total on that paper, total amount?
Well, we've discussed this. My best recollection is that there could have been a total, and that I seem to remember the figure 250. Subsequently, I've read newspaper accounts indicating that there was $250,000 in a certain alleged budget. It's supposition on my part to say what that piece of paper was. I don't know.
Now, did Mr. Magruder go to Florida in late March 1972?
In late March 1972, yes, he did.
And is that reflected in the documents in front of you, that trip, for March 29th, 30th, and 31st?
Circled here. Yes. On the 29th, there's a entry saying Jeb leaving from Miami.
Do you know who he was going to see?
Yes. At that time, it's my recollection that Mr. Mitchell was at Key Biscayne, and that Jeb had a meeting with Mr. Mitchell in Key Biscayne, and that that's who he was going to see.
And are there any notations with, reflecting Mr. Liddy's name on any of those dates in your documents?
Okay. I think what you're referring to is the, well, it says leave for Key Biscayne also on the 29th. On the 30th, well, there are a number of references to Mr. Liddy.
Well, in the upper left-hand corner of the 30th, what does that reflect?
Okay, it says get Gordon Liddy.
And what does that represent?
Well, it says that column, I believe, would have referred to the fact that I'd been asked to get Gordon Liddy. My best recollection of this is that the reason I was asked to get Gordon Liddy was I was asked to reach him and have him call Mr. Magruder. That's just a vague recollection. It could have come at another time, but it makes sense in conjunction with this entry.
And that's an entry in your handwriting, is that correct?
That's right. Mr. Magruder was not in Washington at the time, as is indicated here also, and I think that was the reason for being asked to get Mr. Liddy to call him.
Now, there's an entry on March 31st in the upper right-hand corner of Mr. Liddy's name.
It says, Gordon Liddy, give answer.
What does that represent?
Well, the nature of this diary is that, or not diary, nature of this log is a recording of activity that's taking place in the office. It's just a random recording of interruptions. It appears from the way in which this appears that Mr. Liddy would have interrupted me and said that he needed an answer. I don't know whether that represented a phone call or Mr. Liddy simply stopping by the office. This illustrates the purpose for keeping the log in the first place. There were lots of interruptions like that and a lot of activity, and that was the reason for writing it down, just to remember it.
Now, after Mr. Magruder returned from Florida, did he give you a message or instructions to pass on to Mr. Liddy?
No, I'm not certain that it was when he returned from Florida. What I remember was that I do remember on one occasion, the timing of the occasion roughly coincides with this. Mr. Magruder standing in my doorway and telling me to call Mr. Liddy. Now, it was his habit to frequently do that. That was the nature of my job. He would come and give me numerous instructions, and I was to pass on approvals, disapprovals, that sort of thing, reactions to decisions or matters that he was handling. He appeared in my doorway and said, call Liddy, tell him it's approved, or tell him it's approved and that we need to get going in the next 2 weeks. That was a perfectly characteristic thing for him to say, because I frequently called other senior members in the committee and told them similar things. I made such a phone call. I relate it roughly in time to this because I have the feeling that the first week or two in April had something to do with the 2 weeks. That's a very vague recollection. I called Mr. Liddy, and his reaction was a little bit different than the reaction of most people that I communicated this kind of decision to, and I remember it. He said, but I can't, it's going to be hard, or something like that. And he protested. And I indicated to him that he was going to have to talk to Mr. Magruder about it, that I didn't know what it was that I was telling him about, that whatever he had talked about with Mr. Magruder was approved. And if that made sense to him, then I was glad to pass it on to him. He said he subsequently did talk to Mr. Magruder on a number of occasions. I assume that whatever the matter was resolved.
I'm going to show you, Mr. Reisner, now some documents which have previously been used here, and ask you if there came a time in June of 1972 when you observed those documents in the possession of Mr. Magruder.
These documents were shown to me by you and other members of the staff. They seem to me to be similar to documents that I observed. That I remember on two occasions seeing something similar to the envelope. I remember seeing something similar to the material, to this letterhead. I believe I tried to describe this on one earlier occasion, and that was I appeared before the grand jury and was asked about the nature of observing documents similar to this. At that time, I identified documents which are not exactly like this. Upon seeing them on a subsequent occasion, I think probably these are the documents. I mean, I think that this is the stationery.
You say that the documents you saw at the grand jury are not...
No. I did not. I've never been shown documents by Mr. Silbert or his staff. He indicated that he might at some future time do that. I don't think, has had an opportunity to do that. But at the time, I was asked to try to identify what I saw. And when I did so, I identified it slightly differently than this. But upon seeing this, I think this is the same document.
Now,
I'm just trying to be accurate on that.
Now, approximately when did you see these documents, and describe the circumstances surrounding your observations?
During the week prior to June 17th, and perhaps it was during the 2 weeks prior to June 17th. I can't be certain on exactly the time. I observed documents similar to this here.
You're referring to the stationery?
I'm referring to the stationery with gemstone at the top.
Have those stationery marked for identification. Oh, they already been marked.
I think they're 18 on the possible.
Yeah, it's Exhibit 16 for ID. On that occasion, it was simply in Mr. Magruder's hands or lying on his desk. I'm not certain. Subsequently, I was handed the document, and I was handed it in such a way that it was indicated to me very clearly that it was not for me to observe, that it was not for my consumption. At that time, it was handed to me, and I had, that was the second time that I saw it, and it was during those 2 weeks prior to the 17th.
Now, that was Mr. Magruder who handed them to you in his office, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
And did he hand you what appeared to be the stationery and the envelope together?
My memory of the envelope is that it was slit open, and that the stationery was either in it, slit open, or on top of it, and that they were together.
And what was his instructions? What were you supposed to do with these materials?
Okay, at that time, I was doing the activity that I just described a few minutes ago. I was preparing Mr. Mitchell's files for a meeting with Mr. Mitchell. Now, he was campaign director at this time, and it was a daily activity.
Well, you were told...
I was handed the documents, and I was asked to put them in Mr. Mitchell's file. The nature of that is that things that Mr. Magruder might have wished to take up with Mr. Mitchell were put in the file marked Mr. Mitchell's file, and that's all. That doesn't indicate any more than that.
And is it accurate also that you saw these on a third occasion in Mr. Magruder's drawer?
Yes, it is.
Now, on either of those occasions, were there also photographs with the stationery and the envelope?
There appeared, well, I'm not certain whether the photographs were with the stationery on the occasion I described, in which I was handed them and told, I don't know whether I was told not to, I mean, it was clear that it was not for me to be looking at them. I do remember photographs, or what appeared to be photographs, with the stationery on that third occasion.
Now, I want to direct your attention to June the 17th. On the evening of June the 17th, did you receive a call from Mr. Magruder at home?
Yes, I did. I received a call at approximately 6 o'clock. I was asleep at the time.
And did he instruct you to go to the office?
Yeah, the nature of his instruction was, and the conversation, as I remember it, was, Robert, we have some things that we would like you to get from the office and to remove from it. And I think the nature of his description was that we have some sensitive material that we want you to remove from the office. He then went on and said, and Bob, there's a file there. It has, Mr. Magruder spoke on this occasion, and I think on other occasions, in a generalized way. I don't remember complete sentences. It was, Bob, we have some things there. There's a file. It has gemstone in it, or it has some papers called gemstone in it. You know what I mean? And I said, well, I think so. He said, it's in a blue file. And I said, I think I know where it is. And he also said, and there's sensitive things in the office, and we'd like you to take them out and just keep them over the weekend.
Did you go down to the office after you received that phone call?
I did.
And did you go to Mr. Magruder's office?
I did.
And did you see Mr. Odell there?
Yes, I did. When I went into the office, Mr. Odell was there with a number of other people watching the evening news.
And did you thereafter have a conversation telephonically between yourself, Mr. Odell, and Mr. Magruder?
Yes, I did. It was after the news was over, or certainly after the portion of the news in which the break-in which had occurred was discussed. The other people left the room, and Mr. Odell suggested that we call Mr. Magruder.
And would you just briefly describe what Mr. Magruder said to you and Mr. Odell?
Yeah, the first, I think the purpose of the call and the first discussion in the call was Mr. Odell wanted to describe what we'd just seen on the news and what the coverage was at that point. He went on to that, from that, and I think discussed in general security matters at the committee. It was my impression that he had previously talked to Mr. Magruder that day about security at the committee. He then went on and said, now, Jeb, I understand that I was on the other phone at this point, which was not the one at Mr. Magruder's desk. He said, Jeb, now, there are these things that you've asked Bob to get out of the office. The reason he knew that was that when I walked into the office, I sat down at Mr. Magruder's desk and removed several things from his desk. I removed a polling file, and I removed what appeared to me to be one of the more important things in the file, which was the analysis of the polls. And I'd removed the operating plans, which described the key states and our strategy following the phone call, and felt that the activity was perhaps a little bit foolish to be sitting at his desk removing things. So I stopped, and subsequently the phone call took place. At that point, Mr. Odell brought up the fact that there were some things that I had already taken from the desk, and he wished to know from Mr. Magruder what else there was that we should remove. And he, at that point, was volunteering to be of assistance. I think there was some concern at that time for just the security of these documents. The senior campaign officials were in California, and I think there was some concern at that moment that they be in control of things.
Well, Mr. Reisner, could you describe what Mr. Magruder's instructions were?
Mr. Magruder's instructions then became very specific concerning a blue file folder. I knew what he was talking about at that point. I think it was at that point that I knew specifically what he was talking about. And he indicated that that was one of the things that had to be removed.
Did he say on the phone the word gemstone on that occasion?
It is not my specific recollection that he did. He could have. He definitely identified specifically a file folder. It seems to me he said it in the first phone conversation. He may or may not have in the second phone conversation.
Well, did you later obtain the blue folder?
Yes. At that point, I didn't know where the folder was. I think I indicated that to him. But I said that I knew where it was, that I could find it. At that point, Mr. Odell was volunteering to be of assistance, and Mr. Magruder changed his instruction and indicated to me that Mr. Odell should take home that, and he then generalized it and said, and other, contender materials or other strategy materials or something to that effect. Mr. Odell then, the conversation terminated shortly after that. Mr. Odell left, and I was left the task of finding it, which I did.
You found it, and what did you do with it?
Well, I believe that what I did with it was I combined it with some other materials, the other materials concerning contenders, and that I put those materials in Mr. Odell's office in his briefcase, and I locked his briefcase. Mr. Odell had at that point gone down to the third floor, and I went down there to indicate to him that these things were in his briefcase.
Okay. One last question. You were subpoenaed by this committee on or about March 30th of this year, is that correct?
That's correct.
Prior to that time, had you been interviewed by either the U.S. Attorney or the FBI?
No, and I had not been interviewed by anyone, the Democratic National Committee in their civil suit, the FBI, or the U.S. Attorney.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, should we read for the record what's on this?
Yes, I would suggest to have this marked. He identified, as I understand, to being similar to the papers folder he'd seen there in the office.
For the record, this envelope is Exhibit 18 for identification. In capital letters are indicated sensitive material. In smaller letters, handle as code word material. And in the lower left-hand corner, the words ex-dis, and under that, no dissem, D-I-S-E-M. And Exhibit 16 for identification has a blue border around it, capital letters, gemstone, date, and source. Exhibit 2 of 16 has the same printing, except in the lower left-hand corner it says ex-dis, no dissem, and in the bottom it says, warning, this information is for intelligence purposes only. Exploitation may compromise source and terminate flow of information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Reisner, when did you first become aware of the fact that Mr. Liddy was engaged in intelligence gathering activities?
I think probably there was a general awareness on my part that he was obtaining information about the time that he came to the committee. At the time of the introduction that I described, when it was made known to me that Mr. Liddy had not wished to be described that way, I think I assumed an awareness at that point.
That was in December of
That's correct.
1971?
Yes, sir.
You were described as a super sleuth or super spy, something like that?
It was a joking reference.
It turned out to be incorrect, too, didn't it?
It turned out to be correct.
Was there any discussion back and forth among the other people who were in that particular meeting as to exactly what Mr. Liddy's role was, or why he might be referred to?
I don't remember any discussion. It came as a surprise to me that Mr. Liddy was concerned about having been referred to in that manner.
What did you think about Mr. Liddy, personally? What was your evaluation of him as to his stability or the kind of man that he was, considering the important position that he had?
I've discussed this with your staff. I think that my impression of Mr. Liddy was that he may have been a very capable legal general counsel, but that he also occasionally did some fairly bizarre things. He gave...
we know of one, though.
Pardon?
For example?
He gave a secretary in our office a large poster of himself. Probably,
I don't know if we should pursue that any further, but...
Probably 6 feet by 4 feet in size.
Larger than life size.
Larger than life.
What kind of picture was it?
I believe it was a picture of himself with a bullhorn, and he may have had a gun in his hand, conducting a raid of some kind. He was in front of a police car. There was another poster, as a matter of fact. I think of him. I have the impression of him next to an airplane or something like that, but it was occasionally bizarre. Next to an airplane. The other thing is that his relationship with my superior at that time, Mr. Magruder, was less than friendly on all occasions. And I think that from that I had an impression of him that he was certainly not an easy employee to have around. I think I indicated that to Mr. Magruder on one occasion, and he agreed.
Do you seem to have any particular friends at the committee? You mentioned trouble that he had with Magruder. We've heard other testimony that he had trouble with Magruder. Personal differences.
Well, I'm not certain. I think that when Mr. Liddy, I think the reason for the trouble with Mr. Magruder was that it may have been that he didn't like to work for a younger man. I can remember on one occasion after he had gone to work for the finance division, just seeing him in the hallway or something and saying to him, "How are you doing?" And he went into a long explanation of his great respect for Mr. Stans and for Mr. Stans as a manager and that sort of thing. And I think that he may very well have had a number of friends at the committee. I didn't know Mr. Liddy very well at all, and I saw him around. He seemed to be friendly with people at the committee.
Were you aware of any sums of cash that Mr. Liddy was receiving for his activities?
I was aware, in one sense, that I was aware that Mr. Porter had some cash in his possession that was contained in a safe in his office, and that he indicated to me that he had made disbursements to Mr. Liddy.
What do you know about the cash that Porter kept in his office?
Well, I know that...
First of all, again, who was Porter, and what was his position?
Porter, who was the director of scheduling and surrogate activity in the committee, had a safe in his office in which he kept the petty cash for the committee. Prior to April 7th, Mr. Porter came to me and asked me to assist him in just totaling up the disbursements and receipts related to that safe. Since the purpose of my doing that was to be able to report to my boss, Mr. Magruder, for whom Mr. Porter also worked, that there wasn't any pocketing of cash or anything like that, that there was an accounting, that there was a system.
Did you
assist
him in totaling the cash?
I did, and it was on that occasion that I learned that Mr. Liddy was receiving some sums of cash from Mr. Porter.
Were there also receipts there for cash that had been dispersed?
There weren't exactly receipts. There were white slips of paper on which the initials of the individual to whom Mr. Porter had given cash were recorded, and Mr. Liddy made a mark on those white slips of paper.
What was the total amount, if you recall, of the cash plus the receipts, the cash that had been dispersed?
Well, the total amount, when you added up the amount that Mr. Porter had received, seems to me to be in the range of $40,000 to $50,000. But
is that what the committee was referring to as petty cash at that time?
Well, I referred to it as petty cash until I had assisted Mr. Porter in the activity.
You realize it was greater than you had thought?
I'm sorry?
And you realize the money he had was more than you originally thought?
With this exception, it was not petty cash in the sense that there was $7,000 or $8,000 on hand, which is certainly not petty cash. The $40,000 to $50,000 that I'm referring to is sums that had accrued from the beginning of the time that there were receipts, July or June of 1971.
How much cash?
Until March.
How much cash was in the safe?
How much cash at that time? It seems to me that it was in the neighborhood of several $1,000s, perhaps as much as $5,000 or $6,000.
All right. Did the receipts, do you recall any names, any amounts of individuals who were receiving money from Mr. Porter's safe?
Well, I can remember that there were, in addition to Mr. Liddy. Now, Mr. Liddy, it was Mr. Porter that indicated to me that Mr. Liddy was receiving money. There was an individual who was referred to by a code name, and that code name was Sedan Chair, and that individual had
Sedan Chair?
Yes, I
two
believe
words?
It was Sedan Chair 2.
Sedan Chair 2?
Yes.
Was there a Sedan Chair 1?
I don't know. I don't know. Perhaps there was. There was also an individual who worked for Mr. Porter named Roger Stone, who I believe received money. And there may have been other individuals, but to my recollection, which is a little bit vague on this, there wasn't a regular disbursement with those exceptions.
Who was Sedan Chair?
I don't know. I know that, I have a sort of a general circumstantial understanding of who I think Sedan Chair was. I'll come as close as I can.
Tell us about it.
Subsequently to that, after I'd learned that there was such an individual, I think I was more alert to the name. And I did see a memo in April, I believe, or perhaps May, that purported to be a report from another campaign committee. I believe it was the Humphrey Committee. I don't know for a fact who Sedan Chair was. It could have been someone who just simply had his disagreements with the Humphrey Committee and wished to report on some of their activities.
But it was someone in the Humphrey Committee, from what you could tell.
from what I can tell. I mean, it purported to be. I don't know.
How much money was How much money was this individual receiving, according to what you?
My recollection is that it was approximately $1,000 a month, but I could have read that in the newspaper. Frankly, it's vague.
What about Mr. Liddy?
Mr. Liddy received several disbursements that were considerably larger than that. I think they were in the neighborhood of $5,000 to $8,000. I'm not certain. The reason I remember them is that he would return sums of money, and it made the accounting somewhat bizarre. He would return $300 after taking out $8,000, that sort of thing. I really am not completely clear on that.
Was there any indication as to the total amount Liddy had received up
No,
till that time?
No, there wasn't. I have the feeling that the total magnitude in $40,000 to $50,000 means that, and that's the total magnitude of what was recorded. I have no idea whether, I mean, Mr. Porter, I don't think would have hidden any of what he was recording, but I mean, I only saw what the receipts were there, and Mr. Liddy's total figure, I would think, would be in the nature of half of that.
Did you state when this inventory took place?
In March. Late
March of '72.
I could pin it down exactly, but
all right.
It was late March.
From the money in Mr. Porter's safe, could you tell either from anything that you saw in there in the nature of receipts, from conversations with Mr. Porter, from conversations with anyone else about any other operations or individuals who were being funded, who had been paid money out of the safe of Mr. Porter?
No, anything else would be by nature of supposition. There's nothing else that's...
Do you know...
it's hard.
Or have any basis for believing that any demonstrations or counter-demonstrations were funded from...
Yes, there was one occasion in April in which I overheard a conversation. The nature of my job was such that there are pieces of these things that were overheard that after subsequent events they perhaps take some meaning. I was sitting in Mr. Magruder's office at the time that he received a phone call. The phone call concerned the fact that there was a desire to get some counter-demonstrators or demonstrators to attend the Hoover funeral, that there was some sort of a planned demonstration there. It seems to me that was an activity that Mr. Liddy was then asked to undertake, and it seems to me that there was some cash in that activity.
Magruder asked Liddy to take care of that?
When I say this, I say this in an effort to be cooperative, because I'm talking about only my specific recollection. It may be that wasn't carried out, or that it was carried out differently from the way in which I heard it in that conversation, and I think only Mr. Porter could be of assistance there, but that was the nature of the initial conversation.
Did you have occasion to overhear a conversation between Mr. Magruder and Mr. Porter concerning a possible front for some of Mr. Porter's activities?
Yes, I did.
Would you tell us about that?
That was earlier. That was in either January or February or perhaps December. And it was, again, it was the same, the nature of the conversation was identical. It was the beginning of a discussion that didn't take place with me present. And in the beginning of that discussion, Mr. Magruder indicated to Mr. Porter that Mr. Kalmbach had agreed to find a job for someone who was going to work for Mr. Porter. That was the nature of the conversation.
You state what kind of work?
No, the idea was that there was a business concern who was going to employ an individual who would work for Mr. Porter. That was the limit of the conversation that I heard. I think inferentially, and from the circumstances under which the conversation took place, it was my feeling that that was by way of a front activity. But as to whether it was, in fact, as to whether it was carried out, as to whether Mr. Kalmbach was of assistance, I can't help with that.
What did you think Porter was doing?
I'm not certain. I think that what I thought he was perhaps doing was obtaining information, that there was possibly people that were working for him who were perhaps disgruntled with other campaigns, or perhaps just individuals who wanted to be involved in politics and who wanted to obtain information and pass it into our campaign. That was really as close as I could come.
Right. You never asked him.
Well, there were one or two occasions on which I was present in the office and I was shown something. For example, one time I was shown a Xerox copy of what purported to be minutes of an issues group that Senator Muskie had. Now, I don't know whether those in fact were minutes of any real issues group. I mean,
who showed you that?
I believe it was Mr. Porter was giving it to Mr. Magruder. It wasn't by way of showing it to me.
You don't know how you obtained?
No, I don't. I don't have any idea. It could easily have been that there was somebody working for Senator Muskie who had decided that they wished to do that. It could also, I mean, you can make other assumptions which are more negative concerning that.
When did you first become aware that the gemstone file had to do with surveillance activities of some kind?
I'm not certain. I don't think that I am necessarily aware at this time I think that when I lock it in with Mrs. Harmony's testimony and with other witnesses, it seems to me that I have a pretty good idea of what it was.
Didn't the Monday following the break-in, the Democratic National Committee, Watergate, didn't you shred a file yourself?
Yes, I did. The nature of that was, I think that I think in just to understand why the idea of shredding a file would go through my mind, I think you have to go into the nature of why files were shredded. There was a tremendous amount of paper in our committee. Part of my responsibility in giving Mr. Mitchell documents, was to make 5 copies of each document that went to the campaign director.
I regret to say there's a signal for a vote in the Senate, and so I guess we'd better get over there and come back as quick as we can.
Okay.
As the senators take a recess to vote on a bill dealing with the energy crisis, they have more information about a cash fund to mull over. The money was in the safe of Herbert Porter, and much of it went to G. Gordon Liddy. Minority Counsel Fred Thompson will continue his questioning of Robert Reisner, an aide to Jeb Magruder, in a moment. Right now, we would like to thank you, the viewers, for your comments on this gavel-to-gavel coverage. Your response has been overwhelming. To date, we've received more than 69,000 cards and letters, and we're very grateful to those of you who've taken the trouble to write us. If any of you still want to express an opinion, we suggest you do it to your local public television station. In our public television system, it's each local station, your local station, which makes the individual decision on whether to carry programming like this. So if you have an attitude about your local station's decision, why don't you express it to them, and we're sure they'll appreciate it. Public television's coverage of these hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
So the members of the committee came back in after their vote in the Senate on the energy crisis bill, in which they approved by 85 votes to 10 a legal requirement on big oil companies for mandatory allocations of oil to smaller companies. Back at the hearings at this point, Fred Thompson has another question for Robert Reisner.
Mr. Thompson has finished his examination or not.
Chairman, I just have one other question. I've already exceeded my time, and I apologize, but I do have one question. If I remember Mrs. Harmony's testimony correctly, she referred to a belief, I believe, of the committee that there were possibly plants inside the committee to re-elect. Did you have any knowledge or belief, or was there any opinion as to that fact?
No, I did not. I know that there was a great deal of effort expended on finding such plants, and we never found any.
Why was there a belief that there were such plants?
There were a number of occasions in which articles appeared in the newspaper, which I think would have lent to great suspicion that there was material being fed out of our committee into the newspapers and possibly to other candidates. There was such a wire story in the week prior to June 17th, according to my best recollection. And there were such occasions. Mr. Anderson, Jack Anderson, had on several occasions had information that seemed that it could only have come from inside our committee.
Printing of internal committee documents?
I don't believe that there were any documents themselves, but I do
references to what?
To information and to activity and to that sort of thing, which was going on in our committee, which I think could only have gotten into the newspaper if someone had been feeding it out of our committee. There was just a feeling.
Thank you, Mr. Reisner. That's all.
You state that you kept a log. Exactly what was that?
Exactly what was the log? My log was a sort of a daily just reporting of activity that was going on. I would be interrupted frequently, and I might make a notation that someone had come to me.
Now, as I understand, you reported that your log shows that prior to February the 4th, that there was a meeting at the White House attended by Magruder, Liddy, and Dean.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And then your log shows that on February the 4th, there was a meeting of Liddy, John Mitchell, Jeb Stuart Magruder, and John W. Dean III.
Mr. Chairman, yes, in the other notebook that was kept by Vicki Shern, that Mr. Dean's name appears. It doesn't appear in my notebook.
Yes. Where did this meeting on February the 4th take place?
The disagreement?
No. Where did it take place?
That meeting would have taken place in Mr. Mitchell's office at the Justice Department.
At the Justice Department?
Yes, sir.
Then
I believe.
You stated that in March that Mr. Magruder went to Key Biscayne in Florida.
Yes, sir.
For the purpose of meeting with Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
And when Mr. Magruder, after he came back from Key Biscayne, that Mr. Magruder told you to call Liddy and tell Liddy that it was arranged.
Mr. Chairman, to be precise, my recollection is that on one occasion I was asked to call Mr. Liddy and to make such a statement. My recollection is that it could have occurred shortly after that trip because the time seems correct.
Yeah.
I can't be absolutely certain.
To whom did Magruder report at the committee to re-elect the president?
Mr. Magruder worked for Mr. Mitchell.
Did Mr. Magruder send many memoranda to Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir, he did. And he also, memoranda that would have been prepared by senior staff members at the committee would have been sent through Mr. Magruder to Mr. Mitchell.
Yes. Now, how frequently did Mr. Magruder send memoranda to Mr. Mitchell?
Mr. Magruder, it would have been unlikely to have met with Mr. Mitchell if he didn't have some matters worthy of Mr. Mitchell's attention. He met with Mr. Mitchell virtually every day when Mr. Mitchell was campaign director, and every day, therefore, would probably have had memoranda.
And I understand from your testimony that Mr. Magruder had a file called the Mitchell file in which he placed documents that related to matters he wished to discuss with Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
And according to your best recollection, the file containing some gemstone reports was what was in those papers on one occasion.
Yes, sir.
Now, you spoke about having the time Mr. Odell took out the blue file.
Yes, sir.
Which I understand contained gemstone information and other information.
Yes, sir.
Was this the kind of a file the gemstone file was in?
It was. I believe if that has my initials on it, it is the file that I gave to your staff in order to...
Yes, it has your initials on it, and dated May the 21st, 1973.
Yes, sir. I gave it to your staff to indicate the kind of file it was.
Might let that be marked as appropriate as an exhibit and received in evidence as such. Now, did anyone else receive copies of the memos that Mr. Mitchell sent to Mr. Magruder sent to Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir. Each document that went to Mr. Mitchell through me, that would have been a formal document going to Mr. Mitchell, a duplicate copy was sent to Mr. Haldeman's office.
And Mr. Haldeman was the chief of staff in the White House?
That's correct. Just in fairness to the nature of what we were doing there, we were working for the president, who was the candidate, and therefore we were providing him the opportunity, if he wished, or if Mr. Haldeman wished, to see any documents that were taking place in his campaign.
You know whether you ever received, whether anyone on the committee to re-elect the president ever received any communications from Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, sir. I would imagine that a number of people, well, to be precise, Mr. Haldeman had working for him a man named Mr. Gordon Strawn. It was my impression that Mr. Strawn communicated frequently with many members in the committee. Mr. Haldeman himself may have communicated directly with other senior staff members. I don't imagine that it was frequent.
Would it be proper to describe Mr. Strawn as activities as something in the nature of a liaison between the committee to re-elect the president and Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any conversations with Mr. Magruder since June the 17th?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I have on a number of occasions. Do you mean conversations related to the concerns of your committee?
Yes.
I have, subsequent to June 17th, there took place a conversation in which I asked Mr. Magruder about some of the things which I've described previously. I think I asked him by way of raising some suspicion, just what was going on. And I think I asked him on that occasion what gemstone was, because I did not know what gemstone was. And he indicated to me that he didn't know what gemstone was either. Now, at that time I was asking him, are we involved in this thing? Are we connected to this thing? Because it looks a little suspicious. And he indicated to me that we were not. There was another conversation in which Mr. Magruder, I had volunteered to be helpful to another member of the committee, and it would have, I think, involved me getting involved in subsequent activities, and he indicated to me that I should not.
Did your conversation with Mr. Magruder, in which you asked Mr. Magruder what the gemstone file meant or was, did that occur after he had called from California and asked that it be removed from the committee headquarters over the weekend?
Yes, sir. The conversation I'm describing took place in his office. I think he may have initiated it by calling me into his office and saying, you know, how are things going, or something like that.
And after that, he told you he didn't know what the gemstone file was.
That's correct.
Well, he told you that. He told you and Mr. Odell that night when he called from California. It was very sensitive, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And to please remove it from the office over the weekend.
Yes, he did.
How many times did Mr. Magruder meet with John Mitchell before John Mitchell became the campaign director?
Prior to March 1st, I can only speak of times between November and March when I knew Mr. Magruder. He met with him several times a week, I would say, on average. That's indicated in the notebook that I've described that Vicki Shern kept.
And that was while Mr. Mitchell was still Attorney General and
Yes,
had
sir.
offices in the Justice Department.
Yes, sir. He went down to meet with Mr. Mitchell. That's right.
Now, how many times did Mr. Magruder meet with Mr. Mitchell after Mr. Mitchell resigned as ceased to be Attorney General and took up offices in the headquarters of the committee to re-elect the president?
I would say that Mr. Magruder, perhaps early in March, when Mr. Mitchell also was concerned with the hearings concerning ITT, it may not have had this frequency, but certainly with the exception of those days, it was my impression that Mr. Magruder met with Mr. Mitchell every day.
What was your first telephone call with Mr. Magruder on June the 19th, 1972?
On June the 19th, 1972, that was on the Monday morning when Mr. Magruder returned from California. I believe I just saw him when he came in and did not have an opportunity to talk to him.
Did Mr. Magruder have meetings from time to time with members of the White House staff?
Yes, sir.
How frequently?
I would say that he met with different members of the White House staff who were concerned with different aspects of the campaign practically every day. Certainly as the campaign heated up and became more active, he did. But that could that would have to be verified in that calendar. I can't speak precisely.
Where did those meetings take place?
It depended on the individual, sir. If it was a senior member of the White House staff, I would say that it probably took place at the White House or in the Executive Office Building. If it was a more junior member of the staff, it probably took place in our offices.
Now, what senior members of the White House staff would Mr. Magruder meet with at the White House?
Well, now, here, to be precise, he did not meet that frequently. He probably talked on the phone more with senior members of the White House staff. I think that he met with virtually all of the senior members of the White House staff that were concerned with either political activities of one kind or another or the campaign.
And who would those senior members be?
That would have been Mr. Colson, Mr. Dent, Mr. Ehrlichman, perhaps later after the campaign got going and the platform was important, Mr. Haldeman, perhaps. All of these men, of course, were extremely busy, and when Mr. Magruder went over there, I wasn't certain whether, in fact, he'd been able to see them or not. There were others.
Which members of the White House staff came down to the committee, the headquarters of the committee to re-elect the president to see Mr. Magruder?
Well, it would have depended upon the subject of the meeting. If the meeting concerned something that one of them were directly involved in, for example, Mr. Timmons was the man who oversaw the convention. He would have come probably to the committee offices and met with Mr. Magruder and other people concerned with the convention. I would say that the more senior the member of the White House staff, the less likely he would have had time to come to the committee, and therefore they would have come less frequently.
Did Mr. Dean ever come to the committee to re-elect the president and consult Mr. Magruder?
Yes, he did, and he did not come that frequently. He came on several occasions that I saw him there.
Did you receive any instructions from Magruder about the shredding of documents after June 17th, 1972?
Well, yes, sir. I received instructions that related to documents that were later destroyed. What I received were instructions to look through the files and to try to centralize documents that were sensitive politically. The purpose, the instruction was not go find political things and shred them. The instruction was go find the sensitive political documents that we have in our files and bring them to me. And that's what I did. Some of those were subsequently destroyed because they appeared in his outbox and were marked destroy. Others I didn't see again.
What was the general nature of
virtually anything? Well, I think that Mr. Magruder's secretary and I looked through his own files. I think other people at the committee did similar things, and virtually anything that concerned the opposition, contenders, that sort of thing, that would have been awkward or politically damaging to, no, even broader than that, anything that would have concerned the opposition.
Did I understand this? One of the files that you gave to Mr. Odell the time that Mr. Magruder called from California was a file relating to opposing, you said opposing contenders?
I believe it was, yes,
In other
sir.
words, that was data on Democratic candidates for Democratic nomination?
Well, to be specific, I gave Mr. Odell two files, one that was contained inside of another. One file is the file that's become known as the gemstone file, and I don't know what the contents were. I know from reading the newspaper now what I presume them to be. The other file was a file that concerned, it was called attack or attack strategy, and that concerned materials, that contained materials concerning the opposition, but I'm not certain of exactly what was there on the 17th.
Did you receive any documents from Mr. Liddy on June the 16th, 1972?
Yes, I did.
What were they?
I received an envelope that I believe is similar to the one that I identified as saying sensitive material on it. Mr. Liddy at that time gave me this envelope which was sealed and said to me, here's an extra or something like that. Magruder wanted a copy, Magruder wanted an extra. And that's the document that I received.
And you gave that to Mr. Magruder?
No, I didn't. Here's what happened. I put it in my file drawer, and that clearly would have fallen within the category, I presume, of documents similar to the ones that I've called the gemstone file. The reason that it would have is that it came in a similar envelope, and Liddy had called it a copy. On Monday morning, I discovered that I had not given that to Mr. Magruder, to Mr. Odell, as I had been instructed to do. It was a copy, I presumed, of the material I had given to Mr. Odell, and it was not with it. In fact, I guess I hadn't done what I was asked to do to get the sensitive material out of the office. At that point, I did not know Mr. Magruder was going to return that Monday morning. It turns out he was already in Washington. And thinking that it was a copy and sensitive material that should have been gotten out of the office, I destroyed it. Now, shortly thereafter, Mr. Magruder came into the office, and I realized that I could have turned it over to him. So I think it was a mistake on my part. I'm sure that he's learning for the first time about this.
Was that destroyed by shredding?
Yes, sir.
And that happened on June 19th?
Yes, sir.
When were you first interviewed by the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Silbert?
I met Mr. Silbert for the first time on April 8th of this year.
This year. And did you make a statement to him substantial what you made to the committee today?
Oh, yes, sir. It was not on April 8th that I made this statement. As a matter of fact, I had completely forgotten that action. I mean, you're speaking of the shredding of that document or of the gemstone?
Well, just generally speaking.
Generally speaking, shredding that document I remembered for the first time when I read that Mr. Gray had shredded a document, and I suddenly realized that there was a similarity there.
When were you subpoenaed to go before the grand jury?
On April 8th. It was on a subsequent meeting with Mr. Silbert that I described that document to him. It was in a previous meeting. It was in the previous appearance before the grand jury that I described virtually all that I've described here today.
Now that was, did you talk to Mr. Silbert before you talked to this committee staff?
Yes, sir.
Were you subpoenaed before the grand jury before you talked to the staff of this committee?
Well, no, to be precise, on March 30th, your staff subpoenaed me, which was the first time that I'd heard from an investigatory body. I met with two of your investigators on that Friday. The subpoena was canceled. I believe, Mr. Chairman, you were out of town and returned, and the nature of the proceeding changed. Subsequently, I was subpoenaed by the grand jury and appeared there.
Now, did you receive a phone call or any communication, rather, from Mr. Magruder after you were subpoenaed to go before the grand jury or before our committee?
Yes, sir. On that Friday, which was, I believe, March 30th, actually, it was in the newspaper before I knew what was going to happen. I read in the newspaper that morning that I was to be subpoenaed.
And what did Mr. Magruder ask you to do in that
he asked me to get together with him. He called me at home that morning and asked me to get together with him that morning. He asked me whether he could take me to work. I indicated that I didn't think that was appropriate because I presumed that the reason I was being subpoenaed before this committee was to discuss Mr. Magruder, and therefore I didn't think it was appropriate for us to meet. He then called me again that morning to urge a meeting. I suggested there should be a third person there, and we set a meeting, and then I chose not to attend the meeting. I wanted to be firm about not meeting with him.
Did he say anything to you in either of those conversations about the meeting with Paul O'Brien?
Well, yes, sir. The nature of that was this, as I understand it, that I indicated to him that if we were going to meet, that there should be a third person there. And he said, well, we'll have to find someone. How about if we find either Paul O'Brien or Ken Parkinson, who were counsel to the committee? I said that that would be acceptable, but subsequently called Mr. O'Brien at 11 o'clock that morning and said that I didn't think it was appropriate to get together with the man about whom I was going to be asked to testify. Mr. O'Brien agreed with that and said that that seemed to be he understood completely and there was no problem.
Did Mr. Brown give you advice about or make an offer of help to you?
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Well, yes, sir. He was counsel to the committee, and I think he said, I'll be glad to help you, Bob. But he said, you have to realize that if you have independent counsel or someone who's independent who can give you advice, that may be your the best situation. After all, I have to represent the committee as well. And
what was Magruder's reaction when you told him that
I didn't want to come to the meeting?
That you didn't want to come to the meeting?
Well, he called me from Mr. O'Brien's office expecting me to be there and found that I wasn't going to attend. And his response was extremely agitated, and he felt that he wanted to know what I thought I was doing. He also indicated to me that I had said to Mr. O'Brien I didn't think there was very much I could provide that would be helpful to this committee. And Mr. O'Brien had apparently, we just discussed briefly the nature of the evidence I could provide. And Mr. Magruder, one of the pieces of evidence, of course, was the easel. And we mentioned that, and I think Mr. Magruder stated that he said there was no easel. He said, I don't see how you can remember that.
Was that the third, he called you at your home, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Talked about that. And that was the third phone call he made to you that day?
Yes, sir.
And I would like to explain your conversation. Well, what did he tell you, if anything, outside of the easel incident? What did he tell you?
What did he tell me?
Yes.
Well, he also indicated to me that, the nature of the conversation was one in which he was saying to me, now, what are you doing? There was no easel. And then he said, I can't understand this. He said, are you not going to be cooperative? Are you not going to, everyone else has been cooperative, or something to that effect. Now, in fairness to Mr. Magruder here, because I think it's bordering on a very serious point that I've discussed with your staff, there was a fourth phone call on that day. He, I think, knew that he didn't wish that I didn't want to meet with him. And he called my home and had my wife call me and ask me to call him that evening. Now, in that evening phone call, the entire nature of the phone call was different. I think he said that he was upset, that he was sorry if he was overly anxious, and he said he just wanted me to realize that there were some extremely serious matters concerned here, and that I should treat them in that way. And I said I intended to treat them in that way. And
Did he tell you at that time that that you should be careful about what you said because people's lives and futures were at stake?
Yes, he did. That was in that second phone call, and that was by way of explaining to me why he was so concerned.
Now, just for my edification, I wish you to explain about the easel story, because I don't quite understand it.
Yes, sir. Well, I think the nature of the easel story is just that Mr. Liddy came to me indicating that he was going to have a meeting with Mr. Mitchell, and that he wished to have some sort of a prop to use on which to use visual they realized that there was a similarity there.
When were you subpoenaed to go before the grand jury?
On April 8th. It was on a subsequent meeting with Mr. Silbert that I described that document to him. It was in a previous meeting. It was in the previous appearance before the grand jury that I described virtually all that I've described here today.
Now, that was, were you, did you talk to Mr. Silbert before you talked to this committee staff?
Yes, sir.
Were you subpoenaed before the grand jury before you talked to the staff of this committee?
Well, no, to be precise, on March 30th, your staff subpoenaed me, which was the first time that I'd heard from an investigatory body. I met with two of your investigators on that Friday. The subpoena was canceled. I believe, Mr. Chairman, you were out of town and returned, and the nature of the proceeding changed. Subsequently, I was subpoenaed by the grand jury and appeared there.
Now, did you receive a phone call or any communication, rather, from Mr. Magruder after you were subpoenaed to go before the grand jury or before our committee?
Yes, sir. On that Friday, which was, I believe, March 30th, actually, it was in the newspaper before I knew what was going to happen. I read in the newspaper that morning that I was to be subpoenaed.
And what did Mr. Magruder ask you to do in that
he asked me to get together with him. He called me at home that morning and asked me to get together with him that morning. He asked me whether he could take me to work. I indicated that I didn't think that was appropriate because I presumed that the reason I was being subpoenaed before this committee was to discuss Mr. Magruder, and therefore I didn't think it was appropriate for us to meet. He then called me again that morning to urge a meeting. I suggested there should be a third person there, and we set a meeting, and then I chose not to attend the meeting. I wanted to be firm about not meeting with him.
Did he say anything to you in either of those conversations about meeting with Paul O'Brien?
Well, yes, sir. The nature of that was this, as I understand it, that I indicated to him that if we were going to meet, that there should be a third person there. And he said, well, we'll have to find someone. How about if we find either Paul O'Brien or Ken Parkinson, who were counsel to the committee? I said that would be acceptable, but subsequently called Mr. O'Brien at 11 o'clock that morning and said that I didn't think it was appropriate to get together with the man about whom I was going to be asked to testify. Mr. O'Brien agreed with that and said that seemed to be he understood completely and there was no problem.
Did Mr. Brown give you advice about make an offer of help to you?
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Well, yes, sir. He was counsel to the committee, and I think he said, I'll be glad to help you, Bob. But he said, you have to realize that if you have independent counsel or someone who's independent who can give you advice, that may be your the best situation. After all, I have to represent the committee as well. And
what was Magruder's reaction when you told him that
I didn't want to come to the meeting?
That you didn't want to come to the meeting?
Well, he called me from Mr. O'Brien's office expecting me to be there and found that I wasn't going to attend. And his response was extremely agitated, and he felt that he wanted to know what I thought I was doing. He also indicated to me that I had said to Mr. O'Brien I didn't think there was very much I could provide that would be helpful to this committee. And Mr. O'Brien had apparently, we just discussed briefly the nature of the evidence I could provide. And Mr. Magruder, one of the pieces of evidence, of course, was the easel. And we mentioned that, and I think Mr. Magruder stated that he said there was no easel. He said, I don't see how you can remember that.
Was that the third, he called you at your home, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Talked about that. And that was the third phone call he made to you that day?
Yes, sir.
And I would like to explain your conversation. Well, what did he tell you, if anything, outside of the easel incident? What did he tell you?
What did he tell me?
Yes.
Well, he also indicated to me that, the nature of the conversation was one in which he was saying to me, now, what are you doing? There was no easel. And then he said, I can't understand this. He said, are you not going to be cooperative? Are you not going to, everyone else has been cooperative, or something to that effect. Now, in fairness to Mr. Magruder here, because I think it's bordering on a very serious point that I've discussed with your staff, there was a fourth phone call on that day. He, I think, knew that he didn't wish that I didn't want to meet with him. And he called my home and had my wife call me and ask me to call him that evening. Now, in that evening phone call, the entire nature of the phone call was different. I think he said that he was upset, that he was sorry if he was overly anxious, and he said he just wanted me to realize that there were some extremely serious matters concerned here, and that I should treat them in that way. And I said I intended to treat them in that way. And
did he tell you at that time that you should be careful about what you said because people's lives and futures were at stake?
Yes, he did. That was in that second phone call, and that was by way of explaining to me why he was so concerned.
Now, just for my edification, I wish you to explain about the easel story, because I don't quite understand it.
Yes, sir. Well, I think the nature of the easel story is just that Mr. Liddy came to me indicating that he was going to have a meeting with Mr. Mitchell, and that he wished to have some sort of a prop to use on which to use visual aids. And I indicated to him I would try to look for such a prop. I had, I think, one of the secretaries call Mr. Mitchell's office and see whether there was such a prop, and I don't think there was.
In other words, Mr. Liddy told you he was going to meet with Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
And he asked you to ask you if you could get him an easel on which he could display charts.
He didn't say charts, but that would be the. I presume that's what it was.
Sorry it took so long. I didn't understand this. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. If there is no objection by you or the committee, I'd like to yield now to Senator Weicker to examine the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Reisner, I'd like to go back to the evening of June the 17th, because as I understand your testimony, and as I also understand testimony that has been given before this committee, there seems to be some discrepancy as to what occurred. Now, just let me try to go over the sequence of events that transpired with the phone call to Mr. Magruder on the evening of the 17th from Mr. Magruder's office. Was Mr. Odle on the phone when you spoke to Mr. Magruder?
Yes.
During the entire time?
It's my belief that he was on the phone during the entire time. As I remember the phone call, he initiated it.
Now, may I stop? Mr. Odle initiated the phone call?
Yes, sir.
To Mr. Magruder?
Yes, sir.
Why would he have initiated it?
He, I think, came into the room and said, what is it that you're doing here? And I said, Jeb called me and asked me to come down here. He then said something to the effect of, well, let's call, he said, I said the reason I was down there was to remove some sensitive things from the file, and that's what Jeb wanted me to do. And he said, do you know exactly what he wants? And I said, well, no, not really. And he said, well, I think we ought to tell him about the news or something to that effect. And so he called Mr. Magruder. when he placed that call, Senator, I had the impression that he had made several calls that day and that he was just staying in touch again.
And the call having been placed to Mr. Magruder, was it then Mr. Odle that led off the inquiry, or were you the first one to speak to Mr. Magruder? And was the nature of the question as to what was meant by sensitive material?
Well, as I recollect the thing, and there's a little bit of this is my best recollection. Mr. Odle began the conversation by describing the evening news and what had been shown on the evening news that night. The second thing that he discussed, I think, was security, that it seems to me that he must have said something like he had in fact doubled the guard and everything was okay, but he said, now, Bob tells me that there's some things you want to get out of the office, or, that there's some things here that you want to have us take home. Can I help, or something to that effect? And he said, what is it that you want? And that's where Mr. Magruder, I think, began describing precisely what it was that he wanted. And did Mr.
Magruder, that would be my next question, describe precisely what it was that was to be removed from his desk?
Okay, now, as to whether Mr. Magruder used the word gemstone to describe exactly what it was that he wanted removed, I don't know. It was my initial recollection that he probably did, because it's during that second phone call that I came to know exactly that that file should be removed, among other things. He may not have, and I just don't know the answer to that.
Did Mr. Odle assist in the removal of material from Mr. Magruder's desk?
No, sir. It was left to me to determine which materials it was that Mr. Magruder had described to me in that phone call.
Now, the materials that were removed from Mr. Magruder's office by you and Mr. Odle, Mr. Odle said that he returned the file on Monday morning. Would that be correct?
Yes, he did. I've read his testimony. I believe that he did say that it was on Monday morning. My recollection of his returning that file was not that it was Monday morning, but, I don't...
Do you have any idea as to whether or not Mr. Odle would have known what was contained in the file which he took home?
No, I don't have any idea.
By the nature of the phone conversation?
No, I don't.
But that was the same phone conversation which indicated to you...
Which file it was, that's correct.
Which file it was...
But as to the substance...
But as to the contents...
No, sir. I don't have any... I don't have any knowledge of that.
All right. Do you know of any phone calls as between Mr. Magruder and Mr. Colson?
Yes, sir.
Concerning demonstration projects?
Okay. I've read that there was a story in the press recently...
I'm interested in your knowledge and not what you've read.
Okay. It's my impression that Mr. Colson was... Well, let me go back. I think I've described earlier in testimony here that at the time of Mr. Hoover's death, there was a demonstration. I think it was here on Capitol Hill. At that time, it seems to me, Mr. Magruder received a phone call in which he was instructed to get counter-demonstrators. Now, I wasn't monitoring the phone call. I was sitting in front of him when he received the phone call, and so I don't know exactly who it was. It was my impression that it was Mr. Colson that did that. Now, the reason that I say that is that I think I subsequently said, I expressed some surprise about the activity, and he indicated to me something along the lines of, it's a throwaway. We got to do things like this because that allows us to say no when it's important.
Now, were there any other projects aside from the counter-demonstration which you've referred to that were discussed as between Mr. Magruder and who you thought to be Mr. Colson?
Okay, and when I say thought to be, it was my impression that it was from the circumstances. And if asked who I thought it was Mr. Colson, but I can't say that. It seems to me that Mr. Magruder also was called on a subsequent occasion. The reason I remember this is that he made some joke about the fact that he'd gotten himself in trouble. The way he'd gotten himself in trouble was that he had removed an individual who was supposed to be sitting in front of the White House wearing a McGovern button. He had said he'd called it off. He had placed that individual there initially, I guess, and then had removed him. And he received a phone call. Again, it was my impression, but impression is as close as I can come. He had gotten himself in trouble and therefore replaced that demonstrator.
Now, from the period June 19th, June 23rd, was there a general house cleaning of files and removal of so-called sensitive material from the committee to re-elect the president?
Well, as to whether other individuals at the committee removed material, I don't know. As to what material there was at the committee, I can't be certain, but I have testified here today that I was asked to go through Mr. Magruder's files and to centralize the sensitive political material. Anything sensitive material takes on an added meaning here. I don't mean that as gemstone material. There was no other as far as I know.
All right. Within your knowledge, do you know where the orders came from as to this house cleaning?
No, sir, I don't.
Prior to July the 1st of 1972, to whom were major committee policy memos distributed?
Prior to
July 1 of 72.
Well, the major policy memos would have gone to Mr. Mitchell for his decision.
All right. After July 1st, 1972, where did all major committee policy memos go to?
To Mr. Clark McGregor. Copies of them would have gone to Mr. Haldeman, and additional copies would have gone to interested people in that particular decision.
Did Mr. Strawn play a role in the dissemination of the material as to who it would go to?
Oh, yes. Now, subsequently, Mr. Strawn was the contact point at the White House, and therefore those memos that we were just discussing would have been sent to Mr. Strawn for Mr. Haldeman. Now, that was the purpose of sending them to Mr. Strawn.
After July 1 of 72, insofar as your own observations are concerned, was Mr. Clark McGregor's role at the head of the committee to re-elect the president a real role, or was he a figurehead?
Well, this has to be colored by the fact that I became Clark McGregor's executive assistant.
I understand.
My impression was that it certainly was, that the...
Certainly was what?
A real role. That the activities of the Committee for the Re-election of the President increased as time went on. That the burden on the campaign director increased as the campaign went on. And therefore the activities that Mr. McGregor performed may have been different than those that Mr. Mitchell performed because of his own talents and because of the fact that there was more to do.
I've got to go in just 1 second. The running of the campaign from that point on, was this a dual affair insofar as Mr. Strawn's role and Mr. McGregor's role were concerned? How would you relate these two individuals?
Well, no, Mr. Haldeman and Mr. McGregor would both have been aware of decisions concerning the campaign. Mr. Haldeman was informed after July 1st, as he was prior to July 1st, on an information basis. The decisions were those of the campaign director.
And then lastly, did Mr. Magruder ever tell you what happened to the gemstone file after June the 17th?
Yes, in a conversation that I think I began to go into with the chairman, Mr. Magruder, during that conversation said to me, "It's gone." I was asking about gemstone and its meaning, and he said, "I don't know what it means either. Forget about it, though. It's gone. Don't worry about it." That was, I can only speculate as to what "it's gone" means.
I have no further questions at this time. I have to go to the vote and
Senator Enway.
turn it over to Senator.
Mr. Reisner, from your testimony, you have indicated that you did inspect some of the so-called gemstone files. You advised this committee that some of the files related to candidates, and I believe you told the staff that some of the files related to a presidential appointee and a member of Congress. Were they all of a political nature?
Let me be specific about that, Senator, as to what I indicated to the staff. I indicated to the staff that the first time that I saw the word gemstone was not in those materials that I have described as being the ones that I was asked to move on June 17th. There was an earlier occasion. The stationery was different. It seems to me that the memo said something like subject gemstone, and there were two such memos that I remember having been marked destroy or something like that, and were put in the outbox, and it was from those two memos that I gathered an impression of subject matter, but as to whether the means of obtaining that information was the same.
No, I'm not talking about the means, but the subject matter was all political, wasn't it?
Those two pieces of general campaign intelligence that I have testified to, yes, sir.
Do you recall seeing anything referring to foreign organizations or foreign countries?
No, sir, I did not.
Or international intrigue or conspiracy?
Now this is, in order to be specific in answer to your question, I was asked by your staff whether I recognized other code names, and I believe that the word crystal was brought up in that connection. That sounds familiar. I don't know specifically that I did see the word crystal, but it has a familiar sound to it. It seems to me that I did see one or two other memos that concerned demonstrators, that concerned the kinds of things that I think Mr. McCord has testified about here before. But as to whether or not they related to gemstone or to crystal or anything like that, I cannot be specific because I don't remember.
You have testified that Mr. Sedan Chair received $1,000 a month. How long was he employed by your committee?
I don't know. I think that if Sedan Chair referred to one individual, it was my impression that that individual was receiving compensation for approximately 6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months. Do you know who Mr. Sedan Chair is?
No, sir, I don't.
I thought you told the committee you had some idea as to his identity.
I'm sorry?
Didn't you tell the committee you had an idea of his identity?
No, sir. At no time have I indicated that. I have indicated that that I had some idea as to where he might have been located at one point in time, but that I think is as close as I can come as to identity.
You've indicated that you weren't quite certain of the nature of the gemstone file, and yet on June the 17th, when Mr. Magruder asked you to take those files home, you showed great reluctance to do so and had Mr. Odle take it back. Why were you so reluctant?
No, I think that the nature of the reluctance was the nature of the circumstances under which the conversation took place. I think that had it come the other way, had Mr. Magruder said in that phone conversation, you take that file home, I would have done so. I don't think I would have had any reason not to. There was some hesitation. I think it was because I didn't know where the file was at the time that he was saying to me on the phone, you have the file, don't you? And in fact, I didn't know where it was, and I think I said, yeah, I can find the file.
And it's your testimony that you were not aware of the nature of the gemstone file?
Well, with this exception, that I had a circumstantial understanding of who it came from.
And you were not aware
Mr. Liddy, and therefore I had some general awareness.
You were not aware that the information gathered for the gemstone file had been done so illegally?
No, sir.
Besides Mr. Magruder, have you met with any other person who might have attempted to influence you in your presence here or before any investigating group?
No, sir. I did not meet with Mr. Magruder, and as I also indicated, I think he took back his, if that was intended influence, I think he apologized for it.
Did any other person call you with...
Yes, sir. I have received phone calls from other individuals who have business before this committee. Mr. Strawn called me. He did not ask me to... He did not try to influence me in any way. He just indicated he'd like to get together, and through counsel I declined. I was also called by Mr. Porter, and he didn't attempt to influence me.
Mr. Porter was a full-time employee of the committee, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
But was he on the payroll of some other organization?
Mr. Porter?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge.
Didn't you testify that someone, I thought it was Mr. Porter, was on a company payroll but working full-time?
No, sir. Mr. Magruder had a conversation with Mr. Porter standing in front of me early in the year, in which Mr. Magruder said something to the effect of, we've found a company where we can have some individual who was working for Mr. Porter work for that company.
Was this common practice in the committee?
No, sir.
Now, you've discussed the so-called demonstrations at the Hoover funeral. What was the nature of the demonstration?
At the demonstrations at the Hoover funeral? I don't know. I know from reading newspaper accounts, and I can fill it in. I mean, I can fill in my own understanding of what took place. I think the significance of that phone call also is one that's derived. It didn't seem that significant at the time.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Reisner, it's possible that the points I'm going to raise have been raised in my absence. As you noticed, the committee had a roll call vote to attend, and part of us left and part of us stayed in an effort to expedite the proceedings and hopefully to finish with your testimony today. So if the points I raise are repetitious, bear with me and we'll move through them as fast as we can. It's my understanding that you've met with the staff of this committee on 3 separate occasions.
4, sir. Yes, sir.
4 occasions. And in any event, the last occasion was at your request.
The 3rd occasion was, yes. I met yesterday with the committee just to go through the notebook and to be helped to try to clarify some issues.
I see. All right. But the 3rd occasion, then, was at your request.
As a matter of fact, Senator, it was directly in response to a statement I think you had made on that Friday of hearings. I think you described the nature of witnesses that you wanted to see and indicated that you didn't know the questions to ask sometimes. There also were, as Senator Weicker has indicated, some conflicts which I didn't feel were material conflicts, but which they were issues that I thought I should discuss with the staff.
Well, we appreciate that, and we appreciate your coming forward of your own volition to give additional testimony. The information I have from the staff memorandum here is that you had indicated, in fact, that you thought there were certain discrepancies that you'd like to clarify based on your understanding of the facts and the facts as described by Mr. Odell.
Yes, sir.
And that's the point I wanted to reach. Would you describe for me, then, the points where you thought additional clarification was required vis-a-vis the testimony of Mr. Odell?
Well, there may very well be points that are in your summary that I don't remember raising. It seemed to me that there were a few points of question at the time. Who had the key to open the desk?
Who did?
I had the key to open the desk.
Right.
I worked for Mr. Magruder. Who left the room, or did Mr. Odell leave the room? It seems to me he did, but after the phone call. When did the phone call take place? I placed it at shortly after 6:30 because when I arrived, the news was on. What was discussed in the conversation, we'd reviewed that, but I thought it was worth going over it again.
So, in effect, your tender of testimony, as evidenced in your request for the 3rd meeting with the staff, was to supplement the testimony of Mr. Odell rather than to contradict the testimony.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there are any significant conflicts.
Well, I think you're to be commended for offering to come forward with that information, and I appreciate you clarifying that point. Mr. Reisner, do I understand that you did not interview with Mr. Porter or Mr. Magruder or Mr. O'Brien? Is that the burden of your testimony?
That I did not interview?
Yes.
You mean, well, by...
Subsequent to the June 17th entry into the Watergate complex, to discuss the nature of the situation, your role in the investigation, or any other aspect material of this inquiry?
Not precisely. I've testified that I did have several conversations with Mr. Magruder subsequent to June 17th in which this subject came up.
Did you ever meet and talk with Mr. Magruder in Mr. O'Brien's office?
No. The only time I've been in Mr. O'Brien's office was this April. I did not meet with Mr. Magruder in Mr. O'Brien's office. I talked to him on the phone when he called me from Mr. O'Brien's office to express his displeasure at my not coming to the meeting. I met with Mr. O'Brien subsequently, in which I've described the nature of our conversation. It was just, sure, go ahead and meet with the staff.
For the record, would you say who Mr. O'Brien is?
I'm sorry, Mr. Paul O'Brien is a lawyer here in Washington who was employed by the Re-election Committee, and in that role was just providing advice, and the advice was you simply have to, if you want to have counsel, you should have your own counsel, keep your own counsel, you know.
Did he advise you about what you should say to the staff or what you should testify?
He told me I should tell the truth, and that's...
Did he tell you anything else?
No, sir.
I understand that you mentioned a conversation with Mr. Magruder and an unidentified party on the other end of the telephone that you thought might be Mr. Colson.
I have testified that I was sitting in Mr. Magruder's office and listened to him receive a phone call that it was my impression it was from Mr. Colson.
Well, I apologize to you for not being present when you covered that testimony, but even acknowledging the repetition, would you tell me on what you based that conclusion?
It just seems to me that, I don't know. I had the impression that that particular phone call came from Mr. Colson. It seems to me that his secretary, who would have been sitting practically in the entrance to his office, might have said, it's Mr. Colson or something like that.
I'm not trying to protect Mr. Colson. I'm simply trying to sharpen the identification to have some bearing on the quality of the identification. So you're speaking of Mr. Magruder's secretary?
Yes, sir. There are any number of ways in which I could have gained the impression that it was Mr. Colson.
Can you help me any further by identifying some of
it could have been, he could have said, he could have addressed him by name or something in the phone call. Subsequently, I do remember having a conversation about this kind of thing. Maybe it's important to bring up the nature of how I testified to that phone call in the staff. I think the staff was asking me about demonstrators, and they were saying, well, what would cash have been spent on? Do you have any knowledge of demonstrators? And I said, I only have knowledge of this one occasion, possibly this other one.
Is that the total of your information on the question of identifying Mr. Colson as the other end of the telephone conversation?
To the best of my recollection, it was just gained circumstantially from sitting in front of this man and gaining a feeling of who he was talking to on the phone.
I'm trying to be fair to both you and to Mr. Colson. It is your firm impression that that was Mr. Colson on the other end of the telephone, but you cannot supply additional information on which you base that judgment. Is that a fair restatement of your situation?
Yes, sir. Perhaps even less strongly. I think I indicated that it could have been Mr. Howard, Mr. Colson's assistant.
All right. Mr. Reisner, time's growing short, and we're going to have another roll call vote very shortly. As with other witnesses, I assume you're willing to return and give further testimony if that becomes necessary.
Certainly.
I would yield now, if I may, to Senator Gurney.
Mr. Reisner, who employed you at the Committee to Re-elect the President?
Who employed me?
Yeah.
Who offered me the job?
Yes.
Mr. Magruder did.
Were you recommended by anybody?
Yes, sir, I was. I was recommended by Mr. Fred Malik to Mr. Magruder.
And what was your job before that?
Prior to coming to the Committee for the Re-election of the President, I was at the Environmental Protection Agency.
For how long?
for approximately 3 or 4 months. 4 months. I had graduated from school in June, had gone to work for the Environmental Protection Agency, and then had been recommended for this job and had gone over and accepted it.
EPA was your first job after school?
Yes, sir.
And what was your pay there?
My pay there?
Yes.
My pay was a GS-12 salary, which was $15,000.
And at the committee re-elect?
Identical. The pay was a lateral pay.
One or two questions here that others have raised, but I would like a little more detail on. You mentioned that about the meeting of Mr. Magruder with Mitchell in March in Key Biscayne.
Yes, sir.
And upon his return, you were instructed to call Gordon Liddy and tell him that the project was approved.
I have testified to that. I've also, I think, indicated that I cannot be certain that it came following that meeting, but that I do remember such.
Did you have any idea what the project was?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you
In
have
fact,
any...
that led to some confusion in the phone call. Mr. Liddy objected to the time limit, and I indicated to him I didn't know what he was talking about.
You mentioned some of the meetings here that you noted in your log between Magruder and Mitchell and Dean and Liddy. Did you ever know what those meetings were about?
No, sir, I did not.
Did Mr. Magruder ever discuss them with you?
No, he did not.
There is one notation here in the log. It's on the page before the one marked Thursday, March 30th. Do you have the log there?
Yes, I do.
Could you turn to that?
I'm afraid it's gotten out of order. On the 29th of March.
Well, it's the one
Wednesday.
Prior to March 30th. It isn't marked any date on mine here. It just has 3 notations on it.
Yes, sir.
And up in the left-hand corner, there's a notation that I cannot decipher. What does that say?
I think it says Saddam Muskie peace.
Well, what does that mean?
Mr. Saddam was the general counsel. He was therefore concerned with the election law. To the best of my knowledge, what he would have been concerned with there would have been an advertisement or something like that, or a piece that Senator Muskie may have run. That we would have, Mr. Saddam would have been concerned with that kind of thing, and I remember him being involved with advertising litigation, and I don't know whether that's it or not.
But you think it's an ad that the Muskie campaign was running? Is that what you said?
Well, I think that it's, I don't know. I would have to ask Mr. Saddam what it was because I don't remember it exactly. The reason it appears in that column is it would have been I would have been responsible for following up and seeing whether or not he had done the brief or whatever it was that he was asked to do.
On the date of the log marked Monday, June 19, did you turn to that one?
Yes, sir.
There are some names, again, over on the left-hand side in the upper part. What are those names?
Okay. It's my impression that those names are Liddy, Dean, Shumway, Strawn, and the fact that there's an arrow next to them, I can only guess as to what it means. I think that would have meant that it was just a continuing activity. Those were people who came in to see Mr. Magruder. That column would have referred to Mr. Magruder's activities. And it's my impression that those people came in to see Mr. Magruder, not together maybe, that Monday morning.
Do you have any idea why they were there?
Why they were there? Well, as to Mr. Liddy and Mr. Dean, I can only speculate from what I've read in the newspaper recently. As to Mr. Shumway, he was the press person at the committee, and therefore I think would have been meeting with Mr. Magruder as to what to say to the press. As to Mr. Strawn, it was his role to stay in touch with the committee, I guess. I don't know.
Well, is it your feeling that they came in to discuss the Watergate break-in?
Well, I'm certain that that's what Mr. Magruder was concerned about that morning.
Did they seem agitated? Do you recall anything about their appearance, how long they were there?
Well, as to whether they seemed agitated,
yes.
I can't say that. That's, perhaps.
Do you recall how long they were there?
No, I don't. I think that they would have, it seems to me they came in individually, but I'm not certain. It probably took most of the morning, judging from the notation.
You mentioned the money that you helped Mr. Porter count. I don't recall that you ever said anything about where it came from. Do you know where it came from?
It was my impression that it was given to Mr. Porter by Mr. Sloan.
On one occasion or several occasions?
I don't know. In fact, I don't know. As I tried to indicate, I don't know whether the money that was all the money that Mr. Sloan gave Mr. Porter was accounted for. The accounting was an accurate accounting, to the best of my knowledge.
Do you know who had gemstone files other than your boss, Mr. Magruder?
No, sir.
He never discussed that with you?
No, sir.
You mentioned that on some occasions when you, I guess, saw the file or also the copies of these photos that apparently came from the Democrat National Committee, that it was indicated to you that you shouldn't be looking at those. Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Well, how is that indicated?
Well, I don't remember. The reason I say indicated is I do not remember Mr. Magruder specifically saying to me, don't look at this. But it seemed to me that he may have turned them upside down, and he may have indicated with his expression that it was none of my business. There were other times during the time that I worked for him that he was working on something and I didn't know what it was, and he indicated to me that it was none of my concern.
Well, that was going to be my next question. How many times did this occur?
Well, there were a number of times in which things were extremely closely held. Senator, at the time that the convention was moved, for example, at the time that new polling came in with head-on-head results with the president and contenders, that was information which was not given to me and in which it was made extremely specific that I was not to be involved in it.
Well, did you get the impression that there was, we'll call it, surreptitious activities going on?
Yes, sir.
That you weren't supposed to know about?
Yes, sir.
And this occurred rather frequently, is that right?
No, I would have considered that prior to June 17th, when it clearly had had an extraordinary impact on the campaign, I would have considered it to be very unimportant, that there were other things at the campaign that were important to the campaign.
Did Mr. Liddy spend a great deal of time with Mr. Magruder?
No, he would have met with him on several occasions, but not a great deal of time.
Did anybody from the White House contact you at any time after June 17th and counsel you about any testimony you might be giving?
No, sir. I was never contacted by anybody in the committee or at the White House.
There were FBI interviews, as I understand, of many of the committee to re-elect, personnel of the committee to re-elect the president after June 17th. Were you interviewed by the FBI?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Are you aware of such interviews?
Oh, yes. There would sometimes be 10, 15 FBI agents that would come to the office simultaneously.
There have been charges made by some that the committee to re-elect the president did not cooperate with the FBI. Can you shed any light on that?
No, sir. I think that there has been a news story saying that some of the agents may have resented the presence of counsel in those interviews. I was aware that there was counsel sitting in on interviews, but as to anything else, I'm not aware of anything else there.
Then it would be your recollection that there was cooperation.
Well, there was an extraordinary number of interviews. That was my impression, but I don't know anything more than that.
You mentioned reports and memos that went to the White House from your office. Did Mr. Magruder report directly at all to anybody in the White House?
Well,
regularly?
Concerning certain activities that took place in the campaign, there were individuals at the White House who were primarily concerned with those, and Mr. Magruder would have unquestionably discussed things with those people just because they were the ones who were responsible for them. As to whether he reported to them, Mr. Magruder worked for Mr. Mitchell and Mr. McGregor. The reporting relationship was one of coordination rather than reporting.
You mentioned the phone call in some detail that you had with Mr. Magruder on June 17th. Did you have any other phone calls with anybody in California?
No,
on
sir.
that date?
No,
That's
sir.
the only one.
That's right.
That's all, Mr. Chairman. I have to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, Florida's Republican Senator Edward Gurney has completed his questioning of Robert Reisner. The other committee members will also have questions about how the committee to re-elect the president operated and who reported to whom. And public television's continuous coverage of the Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
We now return to the hearings as New Mexico Senator Joseph Montoya begins his questioning of Robert Reisner. During these questions, the committee members were leaving the room for a floor vote, and as a result, there was some overlap in questions because of the absences.
Montoya. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to apologize for not being here during the full course of the testimony, but we did have 2 roll call votes, and I had to be at 2 other meetings. Mr. Reisner, as administrative assistant to Mr. Jeb Magruder, you, of course, knew who he was going to meet every day while you were there. Is that correct?
I would say approximately, yes, sir.
And prior to March 4th, how many meetings did he have at the Department of Justice with Mr. Mitchell?
Prior to March 4th?
Yes.
I would say that he met several times a week with Mr. Mitchell. That could be verified exactly in the calendar.
And what individuals accompanied him to see Mr. Mitchell at the Department of Justice during this time?
It would have depended on the nature of the meeting. If the meeting concerned advertising, for example, I'm certain that Mr. Peter Daly would have accompanied him.
Well, if the meeting was concerned with clandestine activities, who would accompany him?
Clandestine activities?
Yes.
Well, this is retrospective in the sense that I think I knew that there were activities that weren't.
Yes. Now that the names have been divulged, were any of those names connected with clandestine activities? Were there any of those individuals at the Department of Justice with Mr. Magruder during any of these times?
Well, I've testified that Mr. Liddy and Mr. Magruder went to the Department of Justice. Other individuals, I'm not certain.
What about Mr. Dean?
Yes, in the notebook, in the calendar, it indicates that Mr. Dean attended that meeting.
On how many occasions would you say Mr. Liddy accompanied Mr. Magruder to see Mr. Mitchell?
As far as I know, there was only one occasion, but perhaps the calendar shows more than that.
Now, prior to June the 17th, were you aware, or did you have any knowledge of any plans to bug the DNC or
No,
the
sir.
McGovern headquarters?
No, sir.
Did you have any inkling that such a thing might be in the offing?
No, sir.
You did not ascertain this until after the matter was announced in the newspapers?
That's correct.
Is that about right?
That's correct.
Now, were you aware, as AA to Mr. Magruder, were you aware of his activities with regard to employing individuals to disrupt any part of the Democratic campaign?
To Mr. Magruder's activities to employ individuals to disrupt the campaign, I cannot say that I was. There are individual incidents to which I've testified. For example, this Hoover funeral testimony that I've discussed here today, where I overheard a phone call which indicates that it was related to an activity. I did not have any knowledge of any of that kind of activity except circumstantially.
Well, were you aware that of the instance where somebody from the CRP employed someone to park right in front of the White House and pose as a McGovern supporter?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of other similar incidents?
Yes, sir. There's a distinction here which may not be a good one. The distinction is that it seemed to me at the time that the purpose of that individual sitting in front of the White House, and I learned about the individual after he had been removed and then was replaced there, that the purpose of that was some sort of a public relations effort, that it was for the publicity value of it, not for any disruptive value. Now, I'm not certain that that's a very...
Publicity for who?
Well, it was negative publicity for Senator McGovern would be the concept, and if that negative publicity is disruptive, then yes, sir.
You were aware of other instances?
Of individuals like that? Well, yes. I mean, I've testified that I was aware of an individual who I think was referred to, who was referred to as sedan chair, and that individual was obtaining information, it seemed, from the Humphrey campaign. Now, as to whether that individual worked for Mr. Humphrey and was disgruntled at that moment and passed information out, I can't say. I mean, it could have been less negative.
Well, were you aware that there was a plan being executed to employ individuals to pose as McGovern supporters at the Democratic National Convention and to indulge in certain acts, and that all this was under the sponsorship of the CRP?
Let me be specific about this, because just a minute ago when I said that I was aware of that individual, what I was aware of was the purported fruits of his activity. That's how I learned about the individual. Now, as to a plan to employ someone there, I listened to a conversation in which Mr. Liddy basically burst into Mr. Magruder's office and said, "I have this idea." Now, I don't know whether that, and the idea was to employ supporters who would pose as McGovern support. I presume it was McGovern supporters.
At the Democratic National Convention?
At the Democratic National Convention.
Tell us more about that conversation.
Well, the nature of the conversation was Mr. Liddy coming in and saying, "I have this great idea," and the idea included I think employing some sort of demonstrators who would wear McGovern identification badges or
and
something.
what kind of demonstrators would they be?
Well, I think that there was on one occasion, Senator, and I think I've described this to your staff, a woman who would have disrobed at the Democratic National Convention. And that was the nature of the conversation. Now, that's important to point out, because I have no idea whether Mr. Magruder would have said that was a good idea or not. He certainly did not indicate that it was a good idea at the time. He just was amazed.
Well, he wasn't shocked.
I'm not.
Mr. Reisner, are you aware of any other plans along these same lines with respect to the conduct of the Democratic National Convention in Miami?
No, sir.
Now, do you know whether or not Mr. Magruder employed any of the individuals that were engaged in bugging or trying to disrupt campaign activities on the part of the Democrats?
No, sir. The most accurate, the most information I've ever seen about that has been in the newspapers recently.
Did you know Mr. Segretti?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not he visited the CRP headquarters?
I don't know. I wouldn't have recognized him.
Now, when you kept a log, did this particular log, which you presented to the committee, reflect all the appointments that Mr. Magruder had, or can you tell us what other individuals at the White House Mr. Magruder met with?
Well, sir, to my knowledge, the calendar diary that was kept by my secretary would reflect his schedule accurately, and all individuals that he met with, unless he would have just stopped by their office to see them, would be reflected in that calendar.
Did Mr. Magruder meet very frequently with Mr. Liddy in his office or in Mr. Liddy's office?
I don't know about Mr. Liddy's office. I don't imagine that he did. It seems to me that he probably met with Mr. Liddy on a number of occasions, but not frequently. Their relationship was not one of, they did not get along very well.
Mm-hmm. Now, on the evening when you and Mr. Odle decided to take out some secret files from Mr. Magruder's desk, it is my understanding, as has been testified here to previously, that you took what was known as the advertising file and that you turned over what has been called the strategy file to Mr. Odle to take home with him. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, I took home some things in addition to that.
What else did you take?
I took home the first thing that I remember taking out of Mr. Magruder's desk was a document which was the June wave of polling information. There was a wave of polls that was conducted in late spring, and that was the most sensitive polling information we had. There was some analysis of that polling information. There was also a file, a large, thick file, that contained the operating plans and the key states that we considered important following, beginning in July. In addition to that, there was this advertising file. In fact, what that was not our advertising file concerning the November group and the Committee for the Re-Election of the President advertising. That file concerned the creation of the Democrats for Nixon, and it was therefore, which had not at that time been created. Mr. Connally had not returned from his trip, and it was very sensitive at that time.
Why was it sensitive?
Well, I don't think it was agreed to at that time that Mr. Connally would head the Democrats for Nixon. In addition to that, I know that there were a number of Democrats all over the country who might or might not wish to be supporters of the president.
Well, was the advertising file such that it contained advertising or plans for advertising, something derogatory against Democratic candidates?
No, I believe that all it contained at that time was the Democrats for Nixon did later conduct such negative advertising. I mean, it was shown on national television, but at that time, all that file contained, to my knowledge, was the ad copy for the ad which was going to represent the formation of the Democrats for Nixon.
Now, up to that time, you did know what was in the gem file, or you knew that there was something very strategic in the gem file?
Yes, sir. All I knew was that Mr. Magruder considered it important.
Why did you, as administrative assistant to Mr. Magruder, give the gem file then to Mr. Odle to take home when it was the only really sensitive file in the whole bunch?
Well, it's sensitive in retrospect. It's sensitive in the fact that we now know that it appears to have concerned illegal activities. If that was ordinary intelligence, just things that Mr. Liddy had been gathering somehow through his sources or whatever, in a perfectly legal way, it would have been sensitive, but it wouldn't have been any more sensitive than anything else that was taken home. I gave it to Mr. Odle because I was told to give it to Mr. Odle, and my relationship with Mr. Odle and his with Mr. Magruder was, one of trust. There was no reason not to give it to him. I was just asked to. I'm certain I would have taken it home if Mr. Magruder had said it the other way.
Well, did you on that day do any shredding?
No, sir.
Did you in any subsequent day do any shredding?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Subsequently, on Monday morning, as I've indicated, on Friday I had been given a document which, and I presume it was a document, I'd been given an envelope which was marked sensitive material, and when I was given that envelope...
Who gave you that?
By Mr. Liddy. When I was given that envelope by Mr. Liddy, he indicated to me that it was a copy or an extra, and it was standard operating procedure for me to get rid of copies. There were 5 copies made of all the documents that were given to Mr. Mitchell, and clearly that wasn't necessary for the files. Many of them were sensitive, and I would get rid of them. Now, on that Monday morning, following the 17th, I discovered that I had not, in fact, taken home that copy. I had not given that copy to Mr. Odle as I'd been instructed to.
Well, I understood that from your testimony, but the point I'm trying to make is, did you shred many documents after June 17th?
Oh, no, not many. It's conceivable that Mr. Magruder might have put something in his outbox and said, destroy, just written destroy on the thing, or I don't know, shred or something.
Did you on your own go in and examine files, cull out sensitive documents, and shred them?
There's a distinction, and the distinction is if it had been an original, it is extremely unlikely that I would have destroyed something that was an original without having Magruder indicate that he didn't need it anymore.
Well, did you have any
If there was a copy, I'm certain that I've destroyed many copies.
Well, after June the 17th, did you receive any instructions, and pursuant to those instructions, if you did receive them, proceed to categorize documents as sensitive or confidential, and then proceed to shred them?
No, sir. The instructions were find those sensitive materials that may be in the files and give them to me, which is what I did.
And I think you indicated in your previous testimony that you wanted to centralize the sensitive documents in one particular file. That you did too, didn't you?
What I did was I culled the files to find things that were sensitive and gave them to Mr. Magruder. It's conceivable that he put them all in one file. It's conceivable he may have given them back to me, and they may have... I don't think so. I think it was a pretty random selection of materials.
Now, you mentioned the easel a few minutes ago, and what about the charts that were in Mr. Liddy's or Mr. Hunt's room, which were going to be used at the Attorney General's office? Did you see those charts?
No, sir. I did not see anything that I could identify as charts. I saw a package at approximately the same time. The size and shape of the package was such that it could easily have contained charts, but it might not have.
Well, was that package taken on that February the 4th visit to the Attorney General's office?
I didn't see Mr. Liddy leave for that meeting, and I don't know.
That's all, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witness.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to complete the record, I have one brief question. Mr. Reisner, you've testified that from July to November 1971 you were employed by the EPA for $15,000.
No, sir. That was my annual salary.
$15,000 a year, yes. And from there, from November 71 to July 72, as administrative assistant to Mr. Magruder at also $15,000 per annum.
That was my initial salary when I joined the committee. I joined laterally. I was subsequently given a raise, I think it was in March of that year.
Then from July 1972 to November 1972, you were executive assistant to Mr. McGregor.
Yes, sir.
And what was your pay then?
It was $19,000. The initial raise was a $3,000 raise, which I think generally equalized my salary with those of other administrative assistants and people in similar positions at the committee, and I think that's in the GAO reports. I was subsequently, when moved to Mr. McGregor's office, given a raise of $1,000 to $19,000. That's also in the GAO reports.
Then from November 1972 to April 1973, you became a staff assistant to the President of the United States.
Yes, sir.
What was your pay then?
It was exactly the same as it was when I worked for Mr. McGregor. It was $19,000.
And from April 1973 to this date, you have been employed by the Office of Management and Budget.
Yes, sir.
And what is your pay there?
Okay. At the time that I was employed by the White House, I was on what they call the administrative role. That means that when the pay increase took place in January, it didn't affect me. Therefore, when I was offered this new job, the offer was made, and it would have been a one-grade increase over what would have been a GS-13 salary to a GS-14 salary, which is what I am now at the Office of Management and Budget. That's $23,000 something, $400.
$23,000.
I think it's $400. That's right.
Thank you very much, sir.
$23,400.
Yes. I have this one question. When Mr. Magruder called you on one of the occasions on March the 30th after you'd been subpoenaed to go for the grand jury, he, in effect, suggested to you that you ought not to testify about the request of Mr. Liddy that you procure him an easel to show these visual exhibits to Mr. Mitchell, because he said that was incredible.
He put them all in one file. It's conceivable he may have given them back to me, and they may have... I don't think so. I think it was a pretty random selection of materials.
Now, you mentioned the easel a few minutes ago, and what about the charts that were in Mr. Liddy's or Mr. Hunt's room, which were going to be used at the Attorney General's office? Did you see those charts?
No, sir. I did not see anything that I could identify as charts. I saw a package at approximately the same time. The size and shape of the package was such that it could easily have contained charts, but it might not have.
Where was that package taken on that February the 4th visit to the Attorney General's office?
I didn't see Mr. Liddy leave for that meeting, and I don't know.
That is all, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witness.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to complete the record, I have one brief question. Mr. Reisner, you've testified that from July to November 1971 you were employed by the EPA for $15,000.
No, sir. That was my annual salary.
$15,000, yes. And from there, from November 71 to July 72, as administrative assistant to Mr. Magruder, at also at $15,000 per annum.
That was my initial salary when I joined the committee. I joined laterally. I was subsequently given a raise, I think it was in March of that year.
Then from July 1972 to November 1972, you were executive assistant to Mr. McGregor.
Yes, sir.
And what was your pay then?
It was $19,000. The initial raise was a $3,000 raise, which I think generally equalized my salary with those of other administrative assistants and people in similar positions at the committee, and I think that's in the GAO reports. I was subsequently, when moved to Mr. McGregor's office, given raise of $1,000 to $19,000. That's also in the GAO reports.
Then from November 1972 to April 1973, you became a staff assistant to the President of the United States.
Yes, sir.
What was your pay then?
It was exactly the same as it was when I'd worked for Mr. McGregor. It was $19,000.
And from April 1973 to this date, you have been employed by the Office of Management and Budget.
Yes, sir.
And what is your pay there?
Okay. At the time that I was employed by the White House, I was on what they call the administrative role. That means that when the pay increase took place in January, it didn't affect me. Therefore, when I was offered this new job, the offer was made, and it would have been a one-grade increase over what would have been a GS-13 salary to a GS-14 salary, which is what I am now at the Office of Management and Budget. That's $23,000 something, $400.
$23,000.
I think it's $400. That's right.
Thank you very much, sir.
$23,400.
Yes. I have just one question. When Mr. Magruder called you on one of the occasions on March the 30th after you'd been subpoenaed to go for the grand jury, he, in effect, suggested to you that you ought not to testify about the request of Mr. Liddy that you procure him an easel to show these visual exhibits to Mr. Mitchell, because he said that was incredible.
No, sir. Yes. I mean, in substance, yes. What he was saying was, he said, it's incredible. What do you mean that you remember the easel? Nobody remembers the easel.
Yeah.
And then later he said that he apologized, that he was under a great deal of pressure, and that he didn't mean that, and that I should do what I had to do.
Well, you construed that as advice on his part not to testify about that, didn't you?
I construed it as advice on his part at that time, that he thought it would be, he was indicating to me that it would be extremely unfortunate testimony, but he subsequently corrected that impression. And
Mr. Reisner, I just want to come back to one point on the questioning that I conducted earlier. You indicated that you thought Mr. Clark McGregor's role as head of the committee to re-elect the president to be a very real one, and you made that observation since you were his administrative assistant.
Well, I was just trying to, you asked me the question, I was trying to indicate my bias as a witness. I think that one of the things that Mr. McGregor did that simply didn't happen before was he traveled and he spoke.
Right.
And therefore the role changed.
Right. In other words, in that respect, he took a very active part
Absolutely.
With the committee to re-elect the president. Now, answer me this question. Did you tell Mr. McGregor everything that you've told this committee?
No, sir.
As to what transpired before he came over there?
No, sir, I didn't. Frankly, I've thought about that a good deal as to whether Mr. McGregor, at that time, and I think throughout the summer, throughout the time after that, I had suspicions about the things that I've told this committee. It's not until Mrs. Harmony indicated that she typed the transcripts and that they came from Mr. Liddy and that Mr. Liddy had been convicted, that these things all lock up together and the testimony became significant. At that time, it would have been a matter of voicing my suspicions to Mr. McGregor, and I didn't do that.
Well, now, did anybody else voice any suspicions to Mr. McGregor?
Oh, absolutely. That I think is important to point out why I didn't do it.
The reason why I asked this question, you're, of course, well aware of the fact that during the course of the summer, on more than one occasion, Mr. McGregor indicated that there was nothing improper that had happened here.
That's right.
Now, did this give you any pause for concern while you saw these denials taking place? And
absolutely. I think that, but I think that it's, to be precise, I was in a situation where I thought that, I could make assumptions and say, I was asked to remove a file which had come from Liddy, and that Liddy was being investigated by the grand jury. It looks very suspicious, and I certainly had suspicions about that. On the other hand, I had been reassured by Mr. Magruder that there was not an involvement here, that the committee was not involved. Now, I listened to Mr. McGregor ask Mr. Magruder those same questions. In Miami at the convention, we spent 4 hours, and I listened to that discussion. There wasn't any need for me to raise to him suspicions. I'm sure that he had them himself. But as to evidence, I don't think at any time did I have anything more conclusive.
But did you have a concern that possibly he might be standing before the press and the nation and making these disavowals without complete knowledge? Did that give you any pause for concern?
Yes, it did. On the other hand, I didn't have complete knowledge. There was no question in my mind that Mr. McGregor was discussing this with people who knew the facts. And the idea that perhaps Mr. McGregor was being misled by others with whom he was working, that concerned me a good deal, yes.
Concerned you in what way?
Well, for exactly the reason that I think you've indicated, that to watch a man stand up before the country and say there is no involvement here, when you yourself think to yourself, well, maybe there isn't and maybe there is. But there are so many factors involved in this thing that I wasn't aware of and that I wasn't sure about. I think that, I didn't know what the factors were. I mean, for me to go to Mr. McGregor and say, I have these suspicions, that would have indicated, I think, that I had complete lack of faith in what I'd been told by Mr. Magruder, and I didn't. I trusted him.
You had no cause to believe at that time, in other words, that there was something that had gone wrong?
Well, no, I had cause to believe that there was something that had gone wrong, but as to what it was that had gone wrong, whether Mr. Liddy had acted on his own, I had no evidence to believe that he had not acted on his own.
In any event, neither you nor any other member of the committee to re-elect the president gave Mr. McGregor a briefing.
Oh, no, that's why I was indicating that he was talking to, he talked to Mr. Magruder, he talked to Mr. LaRue, he talked to Mr. Mitchell, he talked to I'm certain he attended the 8:15 meetings at the White House, and so I'm certain that he talked to Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Colson and Mr. Ehrlichman.
But to your own knowledge,
yes,
none of the information which involved you personally was ever transmitted by you to Mr. McGregor. Is that correct?
Of my knowledge, no. I don't know whether this information that I've talked about here today was transmitted to Mr. McGregor, no.
And so that when you saw the disavowals take place, it did concern you that such disavowals were being made without this type of knowledge, specifically the knowledge that you had, to remind anybody else.
Let's be specific about the knowledge. The knowledge was that I'd been asked to remove and to give to Mr. Odle a file which seems suspicious in retrospect because I think that it came from Mr. Liddy. As to whether Mr. McGregor knew that I'd been asked about that, no. But then, there are a lot of other factors concerning that file that would have been even more important than the little bit that I knew about it, such as the content.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Just one question, Mr. Reisner. You answered Senator Ervin's question about the attack file that you saw on June 17th. You had seen that attack file on prior occasions, had you not?
Yes, I had. It was an active file, and I think what I meant to say was that I wasn't certain what was in the file on June 17th. I have a general knowledge of what would have been in it.
But you had seen documents in that file on prior occasions, isn't that correct?
Yes, I'm not certain that I've seen all of the documents that were in that file.
Had you seen documents on prior occasions that began a confidential source reports or a reliable source reports?
I had. I've read in the press that is supposed to have significance in that it's supposed to indicate a wiretap transmittal. I didn't know that at the time, and if in fact that's what it contained. I don't believe that it did, but I had seen documents that began a confidential source reports.
Thank you.
I'd like to have the diary marked or done for
I think Mr. Reisner has that still in front of him. If we could get that marked as an exhibit. I think it's 17.
We would like to have that, retain that as an exhibit if it's satisfactory to you. Mark whatever the appropriate number is, and that'd be
marked as exhibit and received as such. On behalf of the committee, I want to take this occasion to thank you for the complete cooperation which you have given to the committee at all times, and to commend you on the forthrightness of the testimony you've given to the committee today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The committee will stand in recess till 10 o'clock tomorrow.
In today's hearings, we have heard from two more lower-level campaign people who had access to key Watergate documents but failed to examine them, simply because they were told not to. One thing has become clear. The Republicans had no need to worry about campaign security within their organization. We have heard today of code words, of Sedan Chair 2, the spy within the Humphrey camp, and there was Ruby 1, Ruby 2, and Crystal, who were furnishing material for the Gemstone intelligence logs that included overheard Democratic telephone calls. Tomorrow, we should be getting quite a different perspective. The witness will be Hugh Sloan, who quit the campaign soon after Watergate, and it's been widely reported that he left because he was invited to participate in the cover-up, but decided he couldn't in good conscience. Sloan has been moved up on the witness list as part of a plan explained by Committee Counsel Sam Dash to skip further detail on the break-in itself and concentrate on the aftermath. He talked with NPAC's Peter Kay.
Mr. Dash, the testimony today led toward Jeb Stuart Magruder, just as surely as the testimony 2 weeks ago led toward John Dean. When are we going to see those two gentlemen before the committee?
Well, it's our expectation, everything going well, to have Mr. Magruder and Mr. Dean next week. In fact, we are expecting to call Mr. Magruder next Tuesday.
Well, these are the first of the so-called big boys that will appear. When can we expect to see the rest of them? Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Stans, Mr. Mitchell, and the rest of them?
Well, I would say certainly by the 3rd or last week in June, all of those witnesses will be heard from.
I've heard several reports or speculations from committee members and others that the hearings will be over by August 1st. Is that a fair supposition?
It's possible even sooner, but it would take sometime in July and when we will complete our hearings. Now, when I say hearings, the hearings of this phase, which is the Watergate phase, which includes the cover-up of the Watergate phase. Of course, our committee is mandated by its resolution to go into the areas of political espionage and campaign contributions. And we are investigating that now. We'll have a heavy summer of investigation, and we will have hearings in the fall in that phase.
Now, what's your next phase after you get through with the committee to re-elect the president? What will you get into next?
Well, the next major phase is the cover-up and the obstruction of justice, which I think our committee and most people believe is much more significant and important than the break-in itself.
Samuel Dash, law professor on leave to Senator Ervin's committee, the man who, with Ervin's backing, has more than any other set the course of this investigation and its tone. Despite demands from some committee members that the big boys, the Ehrlichmans, the Haldemans, and the Deans, should be heard from before the public interest wanes, Dash has persisted, has with Ervin insisted that a proper foundation, as lawyers call it, be laid for the testimony of each witness. It may at times be tedious, Dash reasons, but it is his way of building a case.
Two gentlemen with a special knowledge of congressional investigations and the many legal ramifications involved watched today's hearing session with us. They are Alan Barth, an author-journalist here in Washington, a man who wrote a book about congressional investigations. He was joined by Dean Adrian Fisher of the Georgetown University Law School here in Washington. Gentlemen, the committee itself was on trial to some degree when they began today as a result of their decision not to delay their proceedings after being asked to do so by Archibald Cox, the special prosecutor. How do you think the committee handled itself today? Dean Fisher?
I think it handled itself quite well. First, I think its decision to go ahead with the hearings was wise because a 3 months delay wasn't what the issue was about. 3 months from now, the cause for calling off hearings, if anything, would be stronger. Mm-hmm. And that meant you get into indictments, you then get into trials, get into appeals. It meant really calling this aspect of it off for good. Now, I think the hearing today, by its methodical, I think, is probably our painstaking way of developing evidence, I think went out of its way to avoid any Roman holiday type atmosphere. which might well have jeopardized the rights of defense of any persons that may later be indicted as a result of this.
Alan, how do you feel about it?
I share Dean Fisher's view. I was impressed, as I have been in the past, with the day's performance. I was taken particularly with the decision of the committee not to force Mr. Liddy to come before it and plead publicly the privilege against self-incrimination, which he's pleaded in private. That seems to me to be wise and right and respectful of a constitutional right. One of the ugly aspects of some past congressional investigating committees has been the practice of determining in executive session that a witness would plead the Fifth Amendment and then putting him, as it were, on exhibition before television cameras by forcing him in public over and over again to refuse to defend himself, punishing him, as it were, by exposure and by publicity. That is not a proper role for a congressional committee. And this committee, I think, has given a very good illustration of respect for the rights of witnesses called before it.
Did Dean Fisher, did you agree with the, or did you notice also that the committee was asking both witnesses, when was it that you were first interviewed by the FBI? When was it you were first interviewed by the U.S. attorneys? When was it you were first interviewed by the congressional committee, by their committee? They seeming to build the case that that the Senate committee got there before the Justice Department in many cases, that they're trying to build their own justification or to show that they got there first, and why in the world should they quit before somebody else does? Do you think that?
Well, I think they were making that point, and particularly with the second witness, they had a pretty good point. They did get there first.
Well, on Reisner.
On Reisner, yes. And it just seems to me that is making another point. The committee sort of says, look, well, the government has had this executive branch almost a year now, and they really weren't making that active progress towards any than the original Watergate 7 until the mutterings and rumblings came, and the Hill was largely responsible for it. So I think, this isn't the first time that activities on Capitol Hill have jarred things loose in the prosecution. It's a long time ago, but the Teapot Dome had elements of that in it, too. They had both a congressional investigation and a prosecution proceeding in parallel. So I think they made a good point.
Was in those other cases where there was parallel investigations going, was anybody later acquitted or a conviction thrown out of court as a result of something that happened at a congressional hearing?
Well, there have been, as we mentioned today, in the Delaney case up in Boston, First Circuit in '52, a income tax collector got off a prosecution because of a congressional committee contemporaneously was conducting what was sort of a Roman holiday. Mm-hmm. It doesn't automatically follow. It depends what the committee does and how it handles itself.
Alan, don't you agree that if there was an inclination, I'm not saying there was, but if in fact there was an inclination on the part of any member of this committee to kind of go the Roman holiday route somewhere along the way, that the whole business of Cox has now tempered that? I mean, these committee members are now on the spot, are they not? They better play it cool and all that.
On the spot or not, they certainly seem to be quite determined to give a display of bipartisanship or non-partisanship of an appropriate concern of a committee entrusted with inquiry by the Senate itself to carry out that responsibility with dignity, with great decorum, with deliberation, and with a respect for the people called before it.
Well, that's all. What I was suggesting, that if all you say is true, but that if they had any tendency not to be that way, that now under the gun as a result of being challenged by Archibald Cox and saying that if they continue, they will endanger the judicial process in the future, that they will be even more careful than they would have otherwise been. Would that not?
Yes, that's quite true, and I think you were right a moment ago when you said that the committee was itself, in a sense, on trial. So far, I think it's been coming through that trial really rather remarkably well. And if Archibald Cox contributed to that, so much the better. I think he was making a record that it was appropriate for him to ask the committee to suspend or defer its inquiry, but I think it was absolutely right for the committee to insist that it had a vital function to perform at the command of the Senate and to go ahead with its business in an orderly, methodical, careful way.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Today, the Senate Watergate investigators took a couple of seemingly low-key steps in their move to lay the Watergate case end to end in public view. Tomorrow, there will be more background building with the testimony of Hugh Sloan, former treasurer of the committee to re-elect the president. Some feel it is a tedious process, the slow accumulation of information and personalities and nuances, under the public challenge that these proceedings will jeopardize the process of justice as it relates to Watergate. The pace is expected to be even more careful tomorrow and the other tomorrows of the public hearings. But there are dramatic human aspects of the Watergate hearings that should not be ignored by any of us. Sally Harmony and Robert Reisner are real people who until today none of us had ever really heard of. Were they believable in their testimony? What kind of hard decisions did they have to make? Did they do anything wrong? What would we have done if we had been in their place at their time? Watergate is definitely a story of facts at this point, no question about that. But it's also a story of people. And tomorrow, the people's name is Hugh Sloan, another new famous name in America, as of tomorrow. All right, at this point, we'd like to thank all of you for you who have made comments on our primetime coverage of these hearings. The response has been overwhelming, and we're grateful to those of you who have taken the time to write. We'd like to encourage you folks who still wanted to express an opinion to drop a line to your local public television station, the one you're watching right now, as a matter of fact. They're the ones who decided to run these broadcasts, and they depend on you to keep them in business and on the air. And until tomorrow night, and on their behalf, I'm Jim Lara for Robert McNeil and Peter Kay. Thank you and good night for Impact.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.